Okay, so today what I'll do is I will do like one of those sessions I would always do with classical, where if I lose a game, I just stop playing, which normally that is what it should be anyway, but sometimes I just keep wanting to, keep going, keep going. So I was on a good streak for a while, but I feel like I go from semi-lazy to very lazy. Like there at least, okay, I would still trade and I would still try to do certain things, but I was maybe putting forth a little more effort. Now I'm just like going full on trade all the time. This you have to just get rid of because obviously they would have just pushed it. And, or no, it's not that scenario even, but whatever, that's fine. That's just a random correspondence game. So yeah, what do I want to do? And so this last Saturday, I also reintroduced like a thing where I do, whatever, I was doing like permadeath variants and stuff. I don't know why every time I click on that, this is like, acts like I'm offline or something. Let me change my background. So that's why this would be good to tell too. Like I'll do it. This is Jesse Lee Peterson, one of my first clips here where I was just like, I called in and just asked him some questions to try to expose some of his fallacies. Like he's so memed on because Destiny appeared on his show and whatever. People consider him like just so stupid and funny to listen to because of that. But no, I'm basically exposing two things that he does is like, to do with religion. Like if anybody doesn't believe in religion or his religion, he kind of, just uses that to try to discredit them. And then also to do with women, how he's whatever, he'll talk about men and women in like very broad fallacious ways, like a man is this and has to do exactly this, and a woman is this and has to do exactly that. Not even like the biology discussions that people have today, like with all the gender identity stuff, just in terms of more like gender roles and fallacies he uses there. But no, everybody clowns the guy, and that's how a lot of people discovered him, was just through whatever, the Destiny interview or certain things like that went viral. So we actually ran out of boards, so I'll just have to start using like different ones here, but I don't really understand it either because like, let's say I wanted to make a black and white one, or no, like a black and red one, like the checkers board. Like you could do it like once every tick, like move it here. So now it's like a green tint, but it doesn't do it enough to... Oh, I fucked up with the opacity too. I don't like exactly how this works even. But either end is the same, so you gotta go like... It's not distinct enough, right? What does that normally look like? Like, how could I measure this? Like, I'd have to go one... Oh, I guess you can go one at a time with that. With, like, the arrow key. That should go until it's, like, noticeably different. It's so dumb because a lot of these changes don't make any difference. So we'll go, like... maybe 5 ticks, so at least these look vastly different. Now we can do each one in its own thing. I don't mind even using some of them again. The point is the site fucked up the ability to use those because I had all these that I was using, but then I can't now because whatever, since they did that update, none of these custom ones work. We were using like the Chicago pieces here. We'll do classic Habsburg, which I'm sure I've used like a dozen times in the course of doing this. Why did they have to change that like right in the middle of my thing? Right when I was doing this challenge? I guess because probably the challenge takes forever. Oh, I didn't even notice that there either. There's like a little emo face or something that he has. He says a lot of things that you couldn't get away with if you... Makes it seem like it's an ad for the show or something just that I'm putting it there. But no, I'm just using whatever random stupid thumbnails I've used over the time. So it just lets me... whatever, some of them at least, whatever, or like on Caliber with the channel arts that I was using there, but some of them are just stupid like this. Especially at the beginning, they were super lazy, right? Like I would just take the image of what I'm talking about and that would be it. So this you would have to castle, so you could do the 6 for 6 at best. Yeah, let's try to go on a good streak here, but again, I don't have a choice but to do it, so... And you have to complete the 6 for 6 exchange, otherwise it's simply not worth it. And that's not normally bad to do, but it's also not great to do. It's kind of just like, okay, where, it's the sort of thing I would like to do just because I like to trade so much. You do still want to stop the pin here, although you don't really have to. Right? I make moves like this defensively, like, oh, I don't want him to pin my thing. But then I also don't do it well enough in terms of, you know, you have to put more pressure. That's my mistake that I always do. Like, I let people off the hook that I could put more pressure on them and maybe create some uncomfortable, difficult position. But instead, I'd rather just try to play it safe and assume that they're going to do the same to me and try to stop it. Yeah, that's one of the things that triggered me about Destiny, though, is everybody's like talking about his relationship with Melina. This has got to be one of the dumbest things that you see ever. Like, you know, they were in an open relationship and now they broke up at some point. I forget exactly when, right? And so they're using that as like an indictment against. They're using that as an indictment against open relationships to say, well, that proves that open relationships don't work. Ha ha, I guess we proved them wrong. But doesn't that make sense with every other relationship that any other celebrity or public figure has? Like, for example, you know, if you were in a regular relationship with just one partner and you're married and you get divorced, oh, I guess that proves that wrong then too. What even was so bad about that? Sometimes people just do that for no reason. Or they had this thing like on chess.com where it's like engine detected and it causes them to auto resign, which of course isn't what's happening there, but I don't know how they would really know that. How obvious would you have to be? Or they just speculate like, oh, you're playing at a level that you reasonably couldn't play at. So whatever, I mean, that's a win, but look at what I just went through. I'm playing a 1500 provisional and I'm wasting time and I get 2 rating. Like, what the fuck is that? I don't know what I'm supposed to, like, why does it matter? And of course, if I lose, it's very high stakes. At least give me some decent matchup. You'll take. The problem here is that the pin could be very possible. And the reason why it could be very possible is because... Okay, you're going to try to trap this in there, which makes this whole thing almost futile. You would almost rather go here. And the reason why is because now you have to trade something. Sometimes I'm a little greedy, and if they bring the knight, then I'll try to wait and try to double attack it. Right, like... But see, that's the thing. If you can leave it, you should leave it, I guess. I don't know. It ends up not really doing anything for me, but... Here, I'll do this to stop the pin. Like, my problem here is like I'm being too slow. But as long as you can't save that in any other meaningful way, I'll leave it until you can. I guess is a good principle to follow. You can give a check here, and then what do you actually block it with? There's a number of things you can do. Those kind of moves are really pointless, where you shouldn't even bother doing it. Right, you give a check, but it actually gives them sort of free development and everything. Well, the whole idea would be if you could double attack this, but even that theoretical thing wouldn't work. Not only because they can do that, although that's maybe what you want, but the real reason why it wouldn't work is because... it wouldn't work because of the simple fact that... So as soon as he castles, I have to take that. That's kind of my point, or at least because of my immense desire to trade. You could go here, and so what would that open up, really? You just can't move the knight at all, so that's perfectly fine. Then I could... It's still not really going to matter much, but... Now, instead of castling, you have to worry about... No, you don't really, though. You could just leave it there. You gotta watch. This potential square could be dangerous. This knight isn't doing fucking anything. You do that, but this doesn't help you because now if you do this, even if you castle, right, it's already gone. So I don't see the point with that. Right, like how did that help you in any way? So now we could take this one too, I guess, although maybe I shouldn't have done it like that. If you take this, then I'll save... That was even a mistake in itself, right? Just because I'm trying to do trades, but I'm trying to do them so impatiently that I fuck it up even further. Now all they got to do is try to bring the queen to attack this, and then it creates a bit of a problem for me. This is also under attack. Right, so that's the problem. You just bring this back here, so then what ends up happening? Just the fact that you could take this first, thereby can't do that. You could take this first and then force my king away, and if you do that, then why can't I just do like maybe this? No, but it's not even covered at all. So if I do this, then you take, then I take, then you take, then I take, then you take. I might have to bite the bullet on that one thing. If I present a trade, it doesn't help either. Really no way around it that I can see unless you could cover it with the knight, but then you can just easily push it out. You go here, you could just raise that. So I'll go here and just try to deal with it. But you could easily do this where you get at least a pawn out of it. It's not really a big deal, but I'm just probably the most streaky player ever because of how... Wait, what? That wasn't what I was expecting to happen, but if I take, then you would take and then you'd be threatening here in a way that's bad. So maybe I just have to let them do it. I could just get my queen in there. This is one of those claustrophobic annoying spots where it's like... I don't know, man. If they take, I could take. It's like you have to open something else up. If you take there, I could take... Like, how would I cover this? You'd have to, like, open the king up to move. So let them have the rook, but then they would take that too. Not really surprised that the knight would somehow get in the way like that. The point is, if they move the bishop, they're already threatening this. This is the whole problem. So all you would have to do is cut that off somehow, but you just can't seem to do that because... But this is good too because it opens up... It opens up the ability of the king to move too, so maybe that would be fine. Now the king can escape here if you do give that check potentially. You have enough adequate cover there, so it's more just a way to open that. They would take, I would take, they would take. Oh no, actually it's fine. I'm forgetting about my own darks for a bishop. But no, this is just like a normal, ordinary, everyday kind of thing where people just sack pieces and do crazy stuff. I just hate that style of play. Like, even, yes, maybe it's the right thing to do, although often it isn't, and I just can't punish them. But I don't know, I don't appreciate it as a low-level style of play that people do that. It'll work sometimes, but a lot of the time you'll get punished for it, or you won't necessarily know how to finish it up or follow it up. You have to address this. Now I could just take it because this is cut off, although there could be all kind of other ramifications for it. I really would just love to trade the queen. See, this is where my whole thing comes into play. Like, that's all I want to ever do. But no, here I would just take, because whatever you do with this, I don't care. Like, oh no, you know what? I made a mistake too. I'm assuming that the queen is covering that, but it's not. So yeah, I didn't have enough cover like I thought. But again, all you're losing is like one. You're losing like one pawn, and in the end, you would still be able to take that too. And they would lose all their attacking material. So in that case, it's okay. Right, if you give up a pawn to shut down what would otherwise be a very good attacking position. If you end Pizant... Okay, you're not going to end Pizant. Maybe I just leave the position as it is and I just try to trade there. And if you don't let me, then... Because now, again, I said I was even going to take there... But then you'll go like this. So I guess I'll just try to trade, and it's probably not going to work, but... I mean, the point is you would like win a piece or something, or win a pawn if you just did the trade even, but you're still not even going to. At least if we can get the queen to back off a little. You can go back, go back. It's just this knight was in such an awkward spot. It's one thing like it gets in the way, but like it puts itself as a sitting duck. Because normally if you were to give that check, right, like whatever, it wouldn't matter. But now you're kind of splitting the covers, and you're... This is where you can't overreact though. Like, don't worry about losing a pawn or something, because the position is much more dangerous than that. And then if you move back, we can put this here, but then it doesn't matter because you really just want to do this, but I can't. You have cover on here, so even if they wanted to do this, they would have done it before. Right, but the queen's still not covering it. You missed a chance to end Pesant. At least time-wise we're even, but this guy's like an offensive genius, the likes of which we've never seen, so I don't even care. That's a great way to just trigger me and sort of make me lose interest in a game. Like, if you play like that, that's fine, right? Like, I can't... I'm not trying to prove anything with it, like, whatever. The whole thing is, couldn't I still just move? Like, wouldn't that be okay? I would take, they would take... I would take, they would take, and then they check, and then I can move, and then it's just a matter of this. But, again, I am adequately covering it to the point where I'm not really worried about it. Like, I don't care. If this doesn't work, then do whatever you want. You'll give a check with the rook, but why do I care? Why do I care? I don't need to block it. I can just move behind. I could move even here and try to run away. Right, like it would be nicer if you could block. So you move the queen there first. Now this move is impending. So the one thing I would love to do is to trade the queen, but I just simply can't do it. So give a check like there or something. You might be better off just doing this, because not only do you cover the thing, but then you'll end up giving this up too. Like if I just put this here, the problem is I won't be able to block that effectively if I have to. But maybe I don't have to. If you go here, you're covering the knight. You give the check there, I move there. And then so what though? Like I still am not seeing what... You would do a move like this. But again, even if you took it, I take, you take, I take, you take. I don't know, man. This style of play, it doesn't work. I guess if you had played more games, you've only played 80 games in 4 years, but if you had played thousands of games, I could always say that, like where, you know, oh, the reason why... Now here is obviously a bad move if you do that. Man, I wish like my knights or something could actually do something here, but... Like, what the fuck is it doing, man? You go here, it'll just get taken. Like, amazing positioning, isn't it? You can move here ahead of time, and so now you can't even give a check. So you'll take something here, and what's important to consider with that is you'll take it, I'll take it, you'll take it, I'll take it, you'll take it, I'll take it. It seems actually fine. Right, still the best I can do, and okay. Don't see what that has to do really with anything, but... So I almost wanted to do something with that, but I just have to get this knight, I guess, out of the way and try to use some other pieces, or I could still try to do like a trade initiation. You could do that and then you could win a pawn, but again, I don't care about the pawn. That's the difference. Like, go ahead and do it. All I want is just to trade the stupid-ass queen. Right, I've been resigned myself to the fact that I can't do that. Oh, I guess it's to do this, so then you could block the cover on there. From the darks for bishop, but we can distract from this as long as I can. Is there gonna be a point where like my knight can actually move? Because that would be kind of an amazing... That would be such an incredible moment in the game of chess. Like where the knight can actually move and actually do something. Like a moment you've never seen before in the history of the game of chess. Okay, just fucking do this, I guess, because whatever, it's cute. But I don't care. If you go here, I can still double take, so it doesn't matter. That's the thing. Right, you take, I take. Now you can't move that, but it almost doesn't matter. So if I go here, then what happens? You're threatening kind of what could be a pseudo mate. You're just giving up this pawn altogether. Is there some way I could kind of fuck with this? I mean, at least this could finally potentially move, but of course it can't. This is cute because, like, oh, it's posing a thing. I mean, this is dangerous, but... you could just take it. I don't even care. I don't want it. And you could have done that all along, too. Hopefully you accidentally messed this up. But no, this guy's too good at attacking. Like, I just can't deal with it. Even though I usually am pretty good at defending, it's like, just your confidence to do this is utterly off the charts. So I can't even move the knight. You could keep just putting pressure. This is completely blocked off. Like, there's nothing I can do about it. Once again, I would love to try... like, this guy is really my whole nemesis. I've never seen a player like this. Just, he's not going to trade. He's not going to let me trade anything. Just, he's way too good. Right, like, you're denying trades. You're -2, -3 the whole game, but you're denying trades the entire way. At least you're giving me potentially a trade there, at least. What would that do? I would take, they would take and check. What you have to do here is you actually have to just give this up. And the reason why you have to give it up is because this is so important that you would have to open the thing. So you trap my bishop in a very unusual way. And so now you'll take it. Then I'll take, potentially. Right? And the reason why that's good is because I can take with the other rook now. Right, so you're still covering there. So if you take, I take. And there's nothing to worry about with that. So you're going to come up with another excellent fucking attack here, I bet. Here I could just take. And then take. And then this is still adequately covered too. See, now at least I feel more comfortable because the board is kind of thinned down with respect to, you know, you finally gave up a trade. I was just praising you for pissing me off by denying the trade. That's literally how good players are too. Like, or at least against my sort of strategy and mindset, which maybe a lot of low-rated players are like that. They'll deny you trades and keep them just out of arm's reach, so you'll get pissed so much because it's like, if I could just trade the queens or if I could just do something, I'd be fine, but they just won't let you do it. Or they'll only do it when it absolutely benefits them and it's gonna be a sack and they'll win the game because of it. So he played a masterful offensive game, or at least it seemed like that. Not that my standard is very high, but he still could win. I just don't know exactly how. See, like, realistically, that position was busted for me. I should have lost. But I'll take it, I guess, if he... it seems pretty much safe now. I don't see how he's really going to do anything. Maybe he could somehow promote this, but... I just get so triggered. Like, it's a bad contrast to my defensive mindset. But, like, if you can... you know, I play those defensive positions, but if they play so aggressively, I get super pissed because... it was a good idea. Like, if he had... I had to, like, literally sack my bishop to do it. Right, but it ended up kind of working out. So that's perfectly fine, too. Look at him still try to do this, man. You're going to cover that as well. You'll push it there. But it doesn't matter. Like, my pieces should have enough mobility to... my pieces should have enough mobility to do kind of whatever you want. So the mainly thing is I want to take that. And then I also want to consider if he raises it to there, you can't take it, right? But you don't have to take it. You can put it here for now. And so what does that change? Like, you'd have to dislodge the queen to do it, right? To mate me here, which I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. We're double attacking that. The other rook isn't doing anything, but it's so good that we don't have to worry about checks here. So even if you were to put that there, I would take, you would take, I would take, but then you would mate. That would be the difference. So it's like, I would take, you would take, and then I would take, and then everything is fine. We're trying to take that stupid-ass bishop. So it didn't quite come down to time, but you can see how every game still kind of can. Right, he was playing faster and more confidently throughout the beginning. So you just gotta see what we can do. The trade would be nice. We could potentially take this, but this isn't the time to think like that because obviously you have the ability to... You should be able to do this. I don't see what that move does. So even if you take, I still take. So what does that change? Right, what does that actually change? And the answer is it shouldn't change anything because you have the ability to still cover from there onto the thing. Let me actually do that first. Then we'll take here. I was accepting that the rook was going to get taken anyway, so I'm perfectly fine with that. Oh, that turned out a lot better than even I would have thought. So now it's just an easy sequence here. And that stupid ass knight still isn't doing anything. Just don't give him a stalemate. Man, the knights trigger me in a deeper way than I even thought, because there's so many instances where they're not doing anything, but they kind of just... fuck, I almost just misclicked something because I thought the knight could actually move in a desirable way. So if you move it, I take. If you don't, I take. I mean, we're just gonna flag him, just like every other game in chess ever, because nobody ever likes decisive outcomes. I mean, you can just do this now. I don't even care. So that's covered. That's covered. Just don't let him get like a stalemate. I don't know exactly what I'm even trying to do with this, but that's fine. So we get 5 for that. Wait, let me change the song. Just because it's not permadeath songs, just because it's permadeath, whatever, for the cosmetics and stuff. Guru Guru song. Who is Guru Guru? This is like the Song of Storms or whatever, isn't it? So... Okay, so he played at a certain offensive level, though, that was kind of impressive, but... And I can almost guarantee that he could have won, too. It's not like I was perfect, but somehow I survived that. Like, yeah, he was definitely winning. Mate in 14 for black. Right, he just... So I guess that's the one thing where you can't get too discouraged. Like, if you just do this, you are going to win. Right, even if it's going to take you a while to do it. Mate in 12, but nobody is thinking this far ahead, right? But I guess once you get to those kind of positions, you almost should think like that, where, you know, there has to be something when you have this much stuff loaded up and everything is pinned and hanging and stuff like that, right? So you got to kind of decide when to really start to calculate. So here, I'm not exactly sure with that. I tend to typically take that. This is a little bit annoying. You might just have to go back. Go ahead, pin this, try to get the trades a little bit early. That's maybe the mistake I made last game, that I didn't do that. Like, it always gives me a safety net and a cushion, and it seems like maybe even a defeatist mindset, but it's really just, you know, it's just something you sometimes have to do. This is annoying because you get to get pinned down in a way that I don't really want to, so I don't even understand how to do this. Like, what am I supposed to do with respect to the knight? If I put it here, you can just pin my stupid queen down, and then I won't even be able to cover that, so... This is one of those moves that it seems like the engine would always want you to do, like, just try to take the center with a pawn. If they end Pizan, it's fine, like, you know, just let them do kind of whatever they want. Now, at least, it still doesn't change anything. I guess it lets the knight come in there. But it still could get pinned down, so I have to acquiesce to the knight even more by basically, you know, still wanting to do that. Sometimes my problem is I get stuck on certain structures. Like, I have to play this exactly the same way every time, right? And just, that's it. It doesn't matter whether it's good or not. So this pawn is pretty bad, although their pawns aren't really that great either. Like, what's worse, a double stack or a split? Like, in that way. You go ahead, you can give a check. Or maybe I should be more cautious. You could almost develop it like the opposite way if you were to try, or fuck it, let's just do this too. We give up both of the things. Just play a nightmare game in my lust to trade. Maybe I'm underestimating even how good that can be sometimes, because now you have no choice but to do that too. Fuck it. Or wait a second. What? Oh, I missed that cover. Okay. Whatever. That's fine. I didn't want to play too much anyway. That's also part of the mindset behind the trading, is that you just want to almost get the game over with because you don't truly enjoy it or even care about it. That's what impresses me the most about chess players, especially young ones, is how they don't get bored, or how they don't, you know, even as they're improving, like how they don't get burnt out and stuff. Like, it's just not that compelling that they play it all day, every day, and fucking study and all this kind of stuff. One thing just to play it and enjoy it on that basis, but to commit the amount of time and effort they do and whatever, and how repetitious it can be. Okay, so I'll stop there. And I actually should lose a lot for that one. 7. Alright, see you later. Okay, so today I put the Lichess tag back in my title just to test. Like, now we can see whether that'll affect my performance or not. Because, like, oh, now it's not that it doesn't show it, or you can't click on your profile and see that the person is streaming, but now it'll actually say it in the course of a game. Like, if you look, yeah, like right here. Sometimes it takes a while to load. So the last couple sessions, or several, I haven't put that on there, and I've been doing generally better. Like, that's why I almost got to 1700 all of a sudden. That must have been what made the difference, actually, probably. But I should just try not to talk too much during games, whether because it distracts me maybe, or because, again, these are just excuses, or whether it actually helps them. But it is actually relevant when the difference in the game is like a matter of a few seconds or something very minor, right? Even if it helps them a little bit. So what we have is the ability to basically, okay, this is just a correspondence game, but yeah, we'll see if that actually makes a difference. But I have been struggling the last couple games anyway, so I should only do it till I lose like one of these, but I won't rule out doing more. And I've kind of, oh, whoops, fuck, I had the skull emoji copied to put in my title, but it was actually, I could just do one of those, just do a skull emoji as the background. So this is me like actually using a paint, and I even showed the paint thing, whether because these are like all my old thumbnails, or like you know, for some of my first videos that I posted on my channel, right, on my YouTube channel, with this to go along with the return to streaming in 21, like around October 2021, and to whatever. I didn't post too many videos, but when I would, this is what it was. But this was me sort of making fun of the fact that like I was planning out my strategy of how to beat the mirror room, and say like what positioning you should do and this and that, like coming up with a whole plan and the strategy with the arrows and whatever. But I like included paint, whether because I was so rusty with doing this kind of thing that I didn't know what I was doing, or because just to show like how scuffed it was that what I was doing. Like, it's a running trope with me that I would sometimes use, like when I would get really serious in a permadeath run or a hard mode or something, I would like explain something using paint, so you know it's serious when I pull out the fucking paint. But yeah, that was a super hard room in a very hard, you know, hard mode overall. So we can go ahead, we can change the board, and I don't exactly know. Wait, what was I even using? I don't even know what it was now. Like, we can just go one by one with this, but actually I must admit I didn't even catch what I was using necessarily. I guess I'll just start with the second one here, and then I'll do although this is kind of like puke green type shit. Maybe I started at the bottom? Like, I don't even know. I'm so confused. Plus 47. It really doesn't matter to me. I'll just start with the second one, and then I'll go with the P set here. Like, it really shouldn't matter, but obviously this one's a little bit annoying. Just mainly with how similar the two colors look. This was like a Habsburg P set or something that I'm sure we've used before at some point in the course of even the same run, but we had used chess base, but no, those are boards, not sets. I mean, some of these you could match up, but I guess you can't use the boards anymore at all even, so that's so Such bad timing right when I'm in the middle of this, but Habsburg, but I don't think that was actually where we were at. Yeah, it's like this. Classic Habsburg. What is this? Elegant? Sounded like something vulgar, actually. Elegant, like sucks or something. I can't even see it now. Yeah, elegant sucks. But it doesn't look like anything actually adult level. Like, there are some that you might even get in trouble for using, like one with Hitler and like the Soviet Union and stuff like that. You dare to play the King's Game. I mean, it doesn't feel like the King's Game in my hands, but okay, let me actually try to focus hardcore with all these different weird cosmetics going on. But I don't know why I'm even doing that. It's just like I could just use like random meme images, which I might do at some point. That could be like a poll. Choose what the next image I use in my thing is. Right? I should actually make that when I run out of these, but whatever. Then somebody might do something not safe for work. What did you do to the background? So this is like one of my first clips in on my channel. So like I'm just going one by one. Whenever I lose a game, I have to change it. So this was like whatever. It was like a really hard room in Luigi's Mansion Super Hard mode, and it's just like I was planning it out and stuff. Like I have to move here, and then I have to turn at this point and do this certain angle. Okay, let's just do this here. Yeah, let's see if the sniping aspect really helps or hurts them. And of course, the board is a little bit weird, but I actually kind of like it. Okay, we take. Now, normally what I would like to do is check, but I think what you're actually supposed to do is this. But I don't. You're supposed to go here for whatever reason. But it doesn't suit my style to do that, so I'm not going to. The definition of puke green over here. Okay, so what we have to only do is we can consider the fact that you want to stop the pin from occurring, right? So everything else should be fine. Some of these people have been playing completely wild, though. Like, I don't know, the majority of people play sort of disciplined and simple, but okay, you have to go like this. Whether you really want to go like that or not is the question. Like, you know, he's going to close out the diagonal. Now, this is fine because you can pin it down as long as you want. Don't lose my time. I mean, that has been the main thing. I've been just getting genuinely upset about it, too, because it's like, I get it that I should study to try to counteract that, but if I don't, is that really all you have left? Like, either you study or you lose on time. That's it. There's no other option or alternative or anything. Right? So I can understand how it works, but it doesn't mean that I like how it works, or, you know, what does that move actually do? I don't get it. I have no idea. So what I'll do is I'll do this, and so we're double attacking that knight that is pinned. So now we get to, I would take, they would take, I could take both knights, but it doesn't really matter or do anything. Right, so I would rather take it with the knight. I mean, I could get rid of 3 knights for the, you know, in one shot, but I won't do that because the bishop could be more valuable. But maybe it's not. That's the thing. Maybe this bishop is going to be garbage, which it almost feels like it might be. But the way you would play this is you might have to put even more pressure on it, but I just don't have the patience to do that. Like, maybe I'm still not supposed to take. But he was quite confident, regardless of what I took with. I'll just do it because it simplifies things so much for me, but I can't imagine that that's the correct thing to do, because again, you're giving the knight too much credit. Like, it's not that good of a piece that you should do that. But now the Darksphere Bishop should be very good. And the reason why is because, whatever, it would have to be good. But what's going to happen is it's just going to end up being a trade for it anyway, so why do I care? You'd like to do this, but you can't even do it because of that, so I don't know. Let me go ahead, we'll move this here. My other side is woefully underdeveloped, which I don't like, but I don't know what to do with it either. Like, really, how the fuck do you develop this if you can't even move that? You move this first and you just let it get harassed, which is way too easy to have happen. If you take it, I'm perfectly happy with that too. They move with such certainty sometimes too that makes me kind of uncomfortable. Like, how are they doing that so fast? That they just know exactly what they're doing, but I guess just in general, they're too fast. Let's go ahead, we'll move this. Right, and the reason why is because whatever would happen with this is fine. We'll go ahead, take. Now his pawns are horribly split. That is a disgusting pawn structure by any metric, no matter who you're asking, what you're looking at. That is fucking gross. But almost as gross as this puke green board that I'm using. But for now, we'll just let it be. But that should give me an advantage, you would think. Right, it's just very ugly. So we go like this, we kind of seal off the structure a little bit. And the reason why we do that is because we go here. Right, and then whether we trade or not, it doesn't even matter. But at least we have a good diagonal going with that. We got to watch these kind of threats here a little bit. I'll just do one game where like I just don't talk and see if that helps somehow. But you're attacking there, which doesn't seem to really matter. Like, I'd rather just do this. I don't see why that would be a bad thing. Now, if he was a good player, he'd go here because you get to... I would take, you would take, I would take, you would still take. Like, you get to kind of slow pace it a little bit more. You go like this. Okay, that's fine. Now, if you attack this in kind of some kind of sneaky, cheeky way, then that could be annoying for me too, but... Now here I'm compelled not to take, but I feel like I almost have to take. And so now you can't take here. If you raise it, I could actually take myself. Here's where I get like a little bit maybe overly ambitious, right? If you go here, I can take. If you take, I can take. But these are all obvious things that anybody should be able to see. So like, what's the problem? But I love how I included the... Well, how does that even make sense? I included both the timestamp and the bar here, but also the fucking paint. Like, I'm deliberately just playing into the whole scuff nature of it. So now what you can do here is you can basically... There would have been something sneaky with that, actually, come to think of it. You can neither take, nor can you... I would take you... You would take, I would take, you would still take. I mean, probably this is okay, but there probably was something better there too. Right, like there was no need. So you have to take with that, then we take with this. That's going to be a knight versus a light square bishop. And the reason why that's relevant is because of the simple fact that... Okay, this pawn is kind of all by itself. So here's where you don't want to just offer up a trade again. Where would I want the knight to really go in this situation? This is my problem. Like, I can never figure out exactly what to do with it. I can go here, and if you push it, then I can just go back. This is where you get into a lot of back and forth moves in what is going to be relatively a drawish sort of position. So we got to watch out for the light square situation here. Right, that comes into play a little bit. You could do this now because you would just want to trade. You go ahead, you try to trade. As you can tell, that's the theme of this game. I like to trade. I'm trying to trade everything. Like, not only does it save me time, but it also saves me effort just in general. Even in a longer game, I still like to do that, where I just... You know, I'm lazy, so I don't want to think. And it's such an insidious tendency because it works. It works up to 1700, up to whatever you want to say. Right? Like, it could be far more effective than even what I've shown just because I'm so bad myself. What does this mean? Like, what do these moves actually do for you? I don't get it. Now the knight's gonna have to go somewhere stupid, right, in the process of doing this because... because of the simple fact that whatever, like you go here and then I have to like go to the back rank or something undesirable. I'll take the win if they just AFK out, but I don't think anything really notable happened there. Right, they have the time to go AFK for 3-4 minutes and they're still up on time. You could take here, but then it would turn into something bad with maybe the pin idea. Okay, that's fine actually. And you could keep pushing this shit around all fucking day long. But you're double attacking, you're attacking a queen. So everything with that should be perfectly fine. Right, because now you might have to both move the queen but also give this up. But the operative thing is I would take with the queen, not the knight, so that that stupid ass play can't happen with the rook. Now you go like this. And the reason why is because now you're covered by the knight. And you also took there, if you take, I take. That should be relatively okay. Again, it's only a +1, so it's not like you're going to win the game because of that. And so many times I try to be that anaconda personality type that they talk about. Like I took that chess personality type quiz, and it's like I'm trying to squeeze the position and I'll win because of this one dinky pawn or something stupid. But you're not really meant to win like that. So even if you do, right, it's only because your opponent fucks up or something. Now you can't move that thing if you simply do this, so this is maybe a bit greedy, but you should be guaranteed to at least trade it. And the reason why is because if you move it, I get to take the queen. So what could you possibly do? Look at how lazy. This is where I sort of like to expose chess in this way. It doesn't matter even if I lose. It's like, look at what I'm doing. Look at what I turn it into. Without any knowledge of openings, without anything. I don't know. There's something wrong with the game that you can even do this much with it. And it'll end up being a draw. But that's not because, oh, I'm playing it a certain way. That's because you're playing the game, period. That's just what the game is. It's a draw. Like, okay, that's kind of cute, but what does it really matter? You can go like this. And so we're kind of in the same spot as before in terms of, you know, you can't move that, or I just simply take it. Even if you did that, I would take it with the cover and then be able to like double take it basically. So what you have is you probably are able to take this. I can't think of a way. Even if you cover it, I don't care. Like the goal is not to do that. The goal is to, oh shit. Maybe in my lust for trades, you know, that can happen. So the point is, it was like one trade too many. Because now if I move the queen, you'll be able to take that. And so can I just... How can it be that clear that I just can't do anything to it? You would have to like threaten the queen in some other way. That's too bad, man. See, like I'm doing it still the right way. Like I can get away with that. I just have to be a little more careful there. Like you're probably better off doing that, but you're really not. Maybe you are. Now, obviously, you have to take with that, and then I have a pass pawn and they don't. But yeah, just frustrate them by taking forever. 15, 14. Hope that their internet goes out or some shit. So they'll take with the pawn, and then they're perfectly fine. They're still winning the game. Like, they're only +3, though, so I have to wonder, what could I do with this that would really, you know, make this feel secure? And the answer is, I don't know, because you're going to give all kinds of crazy checks, and this pawn is really your only hope of salvation here. Like, you could still draw it, but or this guy's just gonna clown up. But the timer should be like cumulative. Why should you have to keep doing this? Like in NBA 2K, like if you quit, if you leave, it has like a 3-minute thing, and then if you come back and leave again, then whatever. Like, it kind of adds it up together or something. So what structure here would really be good? Like, you could try to go like this, but you just have to wonder, like, where the king is gonna go. Where is the king gonna go that it would be not takeable? And the point is, nothing really should be takeable. So I would guarantee that you probably can't win this if you're him, or you shouldn't really be able to, or it'll be super hard to. But the dude just keeps leaving. Or maybe it's something to do with me, like I'm lag switching him out, but I don't see how. Even with that, I'm still down on time, so I don't know what the point is. You're attacking there, so I can't really figure out what the meaning of this would be, because I don't know. You just have to not hang the rook, which is going to be pretty easy to do. Like, you could give a check and sort of force me to, you know, have to at least cover it. So I'm assuming this is the anchor pawn that I really want, which means I'll go like this then. So what you have here is the ability that their king is going to be a problem. And the reason why is because... But these pawns should still equalize each other out, so it shouldn't be that bad. Right, I just don't know exactly... I just don't know exactly what to do with that. Like, okay, you do that, so what does it do? If you go here, I'll just simply trade it, so it doesn't bother me. You'd have to give, like, some kind of really crazy check that would let you... You could go here because he's not attacking that, but then it's going to cause some problem later. Right, where it'll open up the ability to take that, which maybe I don't even mind, but I'd much rather trade it. Like, I didn't really have to do that move, or at least... At least you're in a position where they're kind of being a little bit slow on time. You don't really have to worry about that per se. Like, what does that do for them still? Nothing. You can come back to here. Now they're going to give some sort of check and take the rook. Possibly. Or they just go like that. Could be a good move. Or that's kind of a similar purpose, which also covers there. Which means there is really nothing you can do about it. In fact, you can't even threaten the other thing. I'm kind of just screwed, so that's kind of good. It's to be expected, I suppose. The problem is you don't really have great synergy here with respect to the... You don't have very good synergy with respect to the thing itself. And the reason why is because... I don't know. You have to go here because then you'd be attacking this. I mean, it still wouldn't be that clear to win, but that was a mistake in itself that I allowed that to happen. So you get a threefold repetition potentially here. And so that would be fine. You can give a whole bunch of random checks. We'll see what happens with you know, some kind of check that would let you take the queen would be good, or I guess that wasn't very good at all. So if you go like that, you'd probably just be able to take it too. Alright, that one's fine. I mean, like, I'm trying to make one trade too many, despite how generally that worked out pretty well. I don't know. I'm not going to blame the streaming aspect necessarily, but... Or not even the streaming, because I always do that, but I mean, like, even showing it. Like, it was probably still perfectly fine until that second trade, or whatever, the rook trade weirdness. And maybe there was some way out of it. Like, even though I don't really study, let me look at least this moment. Where, like, I offer this last trade. That's a blunder to just take there, which itself is kind of dumb. Like, why is it a blunder? Or, I mean, obviously, it's, well... I guess, yeah, there is no way out of it. So the act of even trading that created the same situation. Like, what else am I supposed to do there? Just probably anything. Like, it's always these sort of unforced moves that I do. But it's just like an awkward spot where you can't go back and cover that, right? You're like blocking your own piece with that. Like, your pawn is blocking you from going to the back rank and everything. So let me try. We'll change the thing again. How do I even do this? I'll have to go to Imgur or some shit. And I'll have to go find a link and change the shit again. So I only gave myself 3 images to work with here. So that'll mean I can only lose 3 games, but I don't really care. Like, I don't know why I'm even bothering to do this. I'll just take a year break and read like 50 fucking chess books like every other fucking clown on the planet. And then come back. Like, that's probably what you should do. Wait, what happened? What is this? It's like bugging out my whole evaluation and stuff. Is this not an actual art? Like, why isn't that one working? What the fuck? That's weird. I think I broke it somehow. Why would that one, of all things, not actually work? Copy image address. Okay, try it again. Oh, it's different. I don't know what that one was supposed to be. Yeah, this is also in the mirror room. I posted these 2 back to back. Like, that one was me like planning out the mirror room, like how I'm gonna do it with the paint, and then this is me actually successfully doing it. So, you know, because you can't see them, you can only see it's like blindfold Luigi's Mansion instead of blindfold chess, right? Blindfold variant where you can only see them in the reflection of the mirror, but you can't see them actually where they are in the room, right? Which they use that mechanic again, like with the shadows. In like the projector room, you can only see their shadows, but you can't actually see them as they walk, you know, move around like this. The piece set, we're not doing that, but we can do a board. So let's do like the next one here. So these are all going to be like different shades of green, but except they're not. So I don't know exactly how this thing even works. But yeah, we're on the 3rd one there, a little bit green overload here. So that's elegant stuck something. I don't even know what the second part of it is supposed to be. So we were on pieces, I think. Elegant, so Fritz is here. Let me go ahead and try to redeem that pretty bad loss. I was trying to get to 17, you know, whatever, when I had gotten close, but now I don't really even care. Like, whatever we do, 666 is going to be a bad omen, but not for me. I don't know. It just makes it less fun when you realize how it actually works, I guess. And I just don't like it. Like, there's no point trying to play the game like this, right? What I'm doing is just stupid. And probably most of the people I'm going against haven't done that, but maybe they have. Because some of them have played in an obscene number of games, too. So you can't really be too surprised if you know... You probably should have done this earlier, but then again, I wouldn't even want to do it here, which is what I don't get. Like, I want to do this, but then it's kind of greedy and unnecessary, where, you know, you're trying to do the pin and take advantage of it. Like, these people let you pin them pretty easily, but it doesn't end up actually benefiting me the way that, you know, it hurts me if I let them pin me. We played a similar number of games 5 years ago. This is more like 2 years ago. And of course, I use this a lot, actually, in this last 2 years. Like, I use chess.com a little bit, but I would kind of always create higher stakes things. So the natural move is you would just go bishop there. I'm not sure what else really is going to happen with this. You could take this instead, I guess. So it almost compels me to take with this, right? And the reason why is if I take here... You could just take there, and then it doesn't, you know, it's not even like I have an unleashed play or something to punish that, so you could cover the knight up there, but there's no need to really do that. And my whole temptation is to try to, you should try to just keep developing. I don't know what else is really going on here. You can do an annoying move like this, which I can just kind of keep dancing around with this. The dark square bishop I almost want to put here, but I find it a little bit strange still. Could lead to some sort of bad sequence, and I don't like where the other knight is in all of this either. Right, where it's just not even covered at all. So at least time-wise, I didn't lose the last game, but I just kind of... Okay, we can put this kind of anywhere that I want. It's not really a big deal, but I just don't know where I even want to put it. We better just move this, or we could do this, but then it's sort of still pinned in very much the same way. So it doesn't entirely solve the problem. You go ahead, you put it there, but I could just still take it if you do that. I still haven't castled, so sometimes I kind of get too concerned with what's happening. Left or right, what? Just in general? Like, I'm right-handed. Or like politically left or right, the way that people use those terms, which are like overly broad. So this you should be able to easily take, and nothing happens as a result that's bad. You kind of push the stupid ass knight around a little bit. You're attacking that, but it's not going to be pinned or anything, so it's just I'm waiting way too long to actually try to I'm waiting too long to actually try to castle, and I don't know why I'm doing that. Right, but I guess I'm waiting for the need, like, unless I have to... I love those sort of podcast moments, too. Not even to do with that, but, like, they'll say, like, oh, men are such and such, or women are such and such. It's, yeah, all 4 billion of them, like... It's not even like I'm disagreeing or agreeing with what they're saying. It's like it's such a broad criteria that it has no meaning to it, right? Like what a weird... People are just trying to oversimplify everything. Oh, women are gold diggers or men are whatever. But it's just too broad for it to even make sense, right? Like whether it has merit to it or not. But I always see these like stupid podcast clips like that. It's like a bunch of OnlyFans girls talking to a bunch of whatever. People trying to say OnlyFans is bad or whatever. You should be ashamed of yourself or this or that. It's like, dude. If you were on those podcasts, you would make so much content for them. Yeah, I guess I gotta make my own though. Like my little... That's kind of what that was, but a lot more intelligent, I would like to think, or... whatever, well thought out. The court of reason, my little debate thing. I guess I wouldn't want to think of it necessarily as a podcast, but... Okay, we're in a great position here. I mean, even this is like a podcast, chess podcast, how you get from 1600 to 2000 in like literally a million years because you're a clown and you don't want to study. Gotta watch out for this stupid ass thing. I'm wondering what to do with the knight, and I'm just not able to come up with any answer for that. I have no idea. Oh, you know what you could do? As unusual of a position as this is, you could actually do this. And the reason why is because the bishop can't actually do anything there. Right, it's very rare that you get it in this angle. It's normally like on the other side of the board that like... If they don't give the pawn movement to escape, right, you can do that. Make my own OnlyFans, I don't know about that. Yeah, you can make it for anything. It doesn't have to be like, you know, what people think it's always associated with. This should be an okay kind of central position to put my queen in. And then we can try to figure out what happens from there. Gotta always double check. See, like that last game I only lost because I did a trade that I shouldn't have done, that I did like way too quickly because I got too excited. You know, whenever I see a trade opportunity, I just go for it, which I won't even say it's a bad thing to do, but you have to be a little more critical. Like, don't just take them all the time. Take them all the time with a little bit of reservation if you feel, you know, there's some reason to be cautious about it. Now you could do some brazen ballsy thing like push this. Right, and then they just simply give up the mate. But no, it's possible I made it artificially a lot more difficult like that, but I don't care. Like, oh, you know, it's because they're sniping me, that's how they always know what I'm gonna do, or because whatever. It just saves them time and this and that, but even if they are doing that, I don't care. Or yeah, that was like a funny thing that the boat. I think Alex Botes did that. Join my OnlyFans for my hottest mating positions, like as in the context of chat. So that was at least a funny joke. It wasn't actually really an OnlyFans. It was just, you know, they were just using that as a joke. I kind of want to do this, but I also want to. If you give the check there, it actually doesn't do anything, so I don't care. You got so solid structure. Yeah, it seems okay, and now I'm gonna actually mess it up somehow. Right, by trying to be overly aggressive, that can always do me in. Or what is the other thing that everybody uses, like Patreon? All these ASMR YouTubers using Patreon to support their content. Fuck. ASMR definitely exploded in the last like 5 to 10 years. It used to be just something very niche, but now it's like become more mainstream. Kind of like doing face cam in streams, like it always used to be weird. Like nobody 10, 15 years ago, nobody was doing it, or whatever gaming content there was not really like that. You know, the old school YouTubers like Yogscast, or not even that they're super old school, but just Chris Smoove didn't do face cam, or Northern Lion didn't do face cam. I don't know if Chris Smoove even still does it. He probably doesn't. He did a face reveal, but he'd never necessarily you could just take there and that'd be perfectly fine. Like, you know, there's no problem with that. Now that push kind of becomes a little more meaningless because it doesn't matter. You know, here's where you just got to start doing weird stuff with the pawns, though. That's the thing. Like, what does it matter what's happening? Everything is just random. The pawn structure shouldn't matter as much now, but as long as you're not literally hanging something, you should be fine. But then I'm leaving my king so open that it could end up hurting me later. I take a solid structure, and this is what I do to it. That doesn't really matter either. Like, who cares? So many of these positions are just so uneventful. Like, nothing happens with it. It doesn't matter. Right? That's why it gets almost boring. Like, you could just have played that super safe and nothing was going to happen there, but you got to move this first of all just to make sure that nothing bad happens with it. Right, he's acting like I'm gearing up for an attack, but little does he know I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. But no, this kind of crazy pawn push is almost what you would want to do in some way. Like, you go here, and then if he blocks it, I can do another, I can just take the pawn. Or, I mean, I would love to sort of bait a trade out of it, too, and that's perfectly fine. So, okay, this will create an anchor pawn here as well. Now, why is he moving his king so much? Like, what does this hope to accomplish for him? Now, we have a nice little structure here, again, even though it's, like, too high up. What is he doing, man? If the king doesn't lead, how can he expect his subordinates to follow? But now you have to deliberately create some sort of a, you know, opening just to... I kind of like the H file here, but it's going to be hard to really do that. I don't know. I would create a double stack, maybe. This one is kind of half open, but I could take, they could take. So we go here, right? So now, if you go into there, we can easily just cover it a number of ways. If you go like that, I can easily take. This one would allow you to move that up as well. So let's actually go here for now. So if you go here is the only question, but it's really not a big deal at all. I can easily cover that too. His king is vulnerable, yeah, because he was playing so ballsy with it, but it still feels like it'll take a while for me to do anything with it. The point is, this position is a draw. Like, I'm not supposed to win this. It's just... I'm not supposed to win, I'm not supposed to lose. It's just the same old kind of shit. None of the games I play too passive, like always. But no, it's like, technically it is a draw. But let's just see what happens. They're a little bit lower on time. This is what's so unsatisfying about it. None of the positions I'm ever in are decisive. It's just random. You could take and check. And so now we can check again. You got to make sure you cover this anchor here. You go like that. You could double stack again, try to open up to here. So we took the open file by doing that. Now it's just a question of this particular pawn. And that creates a little bit of a problem, but let me do this first. So now the problem is you can't actually do anything with that because they'll take, I'll take, and they'll still take. So what the fuck? I guess I could just let it happen and ignore it, but that's kind of bad. Right, like there really was no way to necessarily save that. Looks like you were waiting for your opponent to mess up or flag. Yes, exactly. The only two elements of the game that ever have any decisive outcome possibility. But it looks like I'm actually the one who messed up. This could be a little problematic, but I don't know, actually. If they check, I can go above, then check again. As long as I can hide behind my rook, right? It shouldn't really matter. So for example, you go here, I go here, you go there, I go down. And then the best case you can do is just take it. That's a little bit confusing, but I should be able to take this. I don't see why that would matter, right? You can do whatever you want, but it's still not going to lead to you actually winning anything. You check, I go there, and then you check again, and you oh shit. Actually, I just explained how that would have fucked me up, but I don't know what the fuck is going on, but if you check here, I can block. It should be fine, right? Like, what can you do? You can't give another check, so what the fuck are you gonna do? Right, you can't check from above, you can't do anything. It is making me a little bit uncomfortable just with the... In fact, now I can't even move anything at all here, but I can go like this. Or shit. Wait a second. Oh no, all I would have to do is give myself a movement because you get somewhere to go, right? But then you're still fucked. Okay, dude, okay. And see, they even offer me a draw, too. I mean, that certainly is an unusual kind of position, at least. Right, so that's always good that there was something decisive there for one of us. But it didn't really feel like it should have been. Let me see. Okay, I'll use my last one here. Whatever, the third art. Let's see what happened, though. Yeah, this is normally how the game goes. So it's my refusal to actually draw games that really does me in, because I kind of see where it's going, but it still shouldn't have been a decisive outcome. So that's the blunder. So what am I supposed to do instead, though? That's what's interesting about it. You're supposed to just completely ignore the position and let him do that. How natural is that? How intuitive is that? And then they end up getting in there anyway, kind of. But like, I couldn't do much with my double stack, despite the fact that I got it earlier and stuff. Okay, let me do one more of these stupid Imgur things. I don't know why the last one actually didn't work for a second. So this will be another Luigi's Mansion one, maybe, I think. Or what? Yeah, this is actually maybe like my first clip actually ever that I put on this channel. And it was like... whatever, I forget. It's like Game Boo, more like Game Shark Boo, because like he's cheating by escaping me somehow in some way that like it seemed like I finished him off, but then it somehow bugged out or something. It's like all the Boos have like a little fucking pet name that they say. They have like a pun or something that they say. Okay, let me do this one. Fritz. Where was it? This one, Fritz Black. What's the difference? What? Black White Edition, but it's the same fucking thing. So I guess I'll skip it because I don't see what's different about it, right? Like we probably repeated some of these anyway. Fritz Fixed. Okay, these are all too similar. Fixed for Turks. Fritz SWS. What the hell is the difference in any of these? That one seems almost like a little bigger. Go, this is like a form of blindfold, basically. Go, a game that's objectively more complicated than chess, at least I think, in some way. Right, this one we just use anyway. Habsburg Wood. I mean, they look pretty much the same, right? Unless there's some meaningful difference, I won't worry about it. Horsey Bishop. I guess that would give me an incentive to use the set that I'm already using, but... Right, because it kind of fits with it, so I guess I will, even though I probably use this one multiple times. That's not really a piece set, that's a single piece set. But whatever, I'll do it, I guess. A lot of these are kind of repeating. Ice Age could be another one here. Doesn't this look exactly like one of these anyway? Like, really, what is the difference there? Okay, we'll just go with that one, I guess. And then the board, we have to just do another one of these green theme one. At least this one's a little different. Alright, so we played pretty badly in some of these. I don't know what to say. But they're coming down to still familiar positions, so I could play those till the end of time, like where I just trade everything off and just play a little more carefully at the end, I guess. Right, just don't flag, just don't make an obvious mistake at the end when you get overly carried away with some kind of a... Whatever, like the first game I just fucked up because I was trying to trade too much, and then the other game I didn't really want to draw. Like, they even offer a draw too, right? And it's not that I think I'm going to win. I'm even saying I'm not going to win and it should be a draw, but I just don't like draws, so... That was a tendency I kind of got over a little bit, where I started to embrace them more because I just realized that's just how the game works. But every once in a while, I'll still try to fight against the innate nature of the game that I know is exactly how it works. If you go here, they would take, I would take, and then I don't have another good take, so I can't really do that. It's almost like you want to go here, maybe. Sometimes I'm too slow with developing here, but then again, I don't have the intention to really attack, so it almost doesn't matter to me too much. There's something weird about this structure, like this pawn is just out of place, where you would want to trade it off, but you can't. Or actually... Oh no, this is that was already there for taking because I was double attacking it, but I didn't even realize. What time is it already? I've already wasted too much time. Alright, you take, that's fine with me. I would never take myself. If I go here, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take, so it's almost like you'd want to do it this way. You take, I take back, that's perfectly fine. They're even initiating the trades for me. If you go here, I can take with the thing. With the, whatever, with the knight. I would take, they would take, but then I can't take. The other knight, I'm not too sure what to do about either. It's almost like I should move one of these, but I don't know exactly where to even move it. Right, this is where it becomes so awkward. Like, there's nowhere good to even put it. They just kind of get blocked and stuck. That's why I hate the knight so much. It's not even like, oh, whether it's doing something good or not. It's just like whether it's really... even relevant to the game. Like it is one of those pieces, like you could just save it for the end game and then it might win you something or whatever, save it for when it becomes an octopus knight, but it's just not it's just not that relevant. This pawn is actually confusing the shit out of me because I don't know what to really ever do with it. I should be able to just do it. They would take, I would take. They would take, I would still take. Like, let's just do it. And the only problem with this is it blocks off my light square diagonal in such a way that could be beneficial to them, but you know, I don't know what else to do with that. Let me try to move this around a little bit. I guess I'll just put it here, even though it seems dumb. Like, if I put it here, you could push it out. You just have to assume that some of these moves they won't really make, though, because doing that probably isn't good for their structure, but also, you know, you can just push around the knight a little bit too much. You don't really want to allow this necessarily, but they have way too much cover there, so I can't do anything about it. Right, so I don't know. You would have to just let it happen, or you might do this, which is very strange. But if they take, then I take. It's covered by the knight, so it should actually be okay. Right, so if they take, I take, then even if they try to double take, they can't, on account of this stupid ass on account of this stupid ass knight in a very unusual, awkward position. Like, nobody would ever have this position occur. And if you go there, maybe I can just sidestep it like that. Or I'd be perfectly happy even with doing this, but not with the knight there. So I can't move the knight. What I could do is I could try to trade something else off or something. This is almost a borderline octopus knight, but I don't know. It's not a bad position, it's just very unusual. Let me go here. Or you could go here as well. Both of these knights are not exactly in the most desirable spot. You go here, which is not really what I want to do. Right. I almost wanted this would be kind of good. But maybe now is the time to just do this. I don't really feel under threat too much. It's just weird, the kind of position I'm in. Even if you were to go like that, it wouldn't be a big deal because you can just take with this and then it only aids my pawn structure all the more. Yeah, that defines my playstyle completely. Like, I'm just waiting for my opponent to make a mistake, you know, something very basic like that, where I'm not really trying to do much on my own. Mainly because I'm giving them enough credit to think it's not going to work, which is actually how better players typically tend to play. Now, both of our knights are in very awkward spots. I guess I could move this one now a little bit, but there's nowhere good to even move it. I don't know, like there's no real opening, but this is where the knights can kind of roam free, I guess, a little bit. If you just... If you no longer need that cover, I could always try to cover it with the rook if I really needed to. No, I didn't win. You found like this really weird mate sequence where I'm kind of like stuck between my own rooks. Okay, this will be fine. I just have to probably cover it again after all this effort. But even if you attacked it, so what? You'd have to bring the queen, or you'd have to like double stack. And I could always bring something here too. This you can't really do anything with. You can create an octopus knight there actually, which is pretty attractive. Because clearly that should win me the game if I get it, but it just doesn't do anything half the time. This one is covered only by the other knight on there. Just moving the knight around a lot, seemingly for no reason. Or you could take this now, actually. You unironically could take this. Could be all part of his master plan, but I don't think it is, actually. Because it's not like you can even pin the thing as a result. Okay, so that's just a net. Yeah, I'm almost shocked when that happens. Like, there's no way that could have been an actual mistake, because how can these players make mistakes? It's just so obvious. Right, I would clearly never make a mistake like that, even though I do all the time. Now, this is also beautiful because you get to try to do the trade, which you shouldn't really be able to stop either. Even if my position isn't the greatest, it's just like... Oh, God. Fuck. This is what ends up happening, though. I guess I fall so in love with the trade idea that... You know, you would miss something basically like that because my king is in a very odd spot. So can I just displace that stupid ass thing? Kind of uncomfortable if it comes here too. If it goes the other way, I don't mind that, right? There's nothing really amiss with it. You go to here, I can't take, you check the king, but then so what? It doesn't really matter. You'll put this behind there, maybe. I can't give that threat. See, I almost just did it, too. Because I'm like, oh, yay, we get to pin down and he has to take, which doesn't mean it's even good for me. But I always feel comfortable trading queens. But the problem is that, obviously, you know, it opens up something stupid like that. So now you can't even do it at all. So I don't know if I should move my king or what. I wanted to do this, and I guess I should, and then it also stops that from even happening. So we'll go here, and so what ends up happening is you have an Octopus Knight, nothing they can actually do about it, and also you have the ability to take the knight if it comes there. Thereby you can't really block the queen out, not that it matters that much, but... This is one of those scenarios where that's actually kind of an annoying move to make. Like, we can just get the queen out of there. It really doesn't need to be there right now. So you can give a check there. Doesn't really bother me at all. Or I could just even still take it. Good positioning of the knight. But let's see what it actually does for me. There will be at least one move. Oh, fuck. I guess that's not a big deal. It's just I had put the bishop there specifically to stop that from happening. Hard to say really where you would want the king to go. Mainly I wanted to go somewhere that's like... Oh, you know what you could do? No, like you could take that, then I can't take, but I can take with that one. So it doesn't really matter as much as what I'm thinking. You're also attacking there, which is very uncomfortable for me. Right, so I don't really like this, but it's going to take a while for you to do anything with it. So you better just... I don't know. All I want to do is take this stupid ass thing, but I can't. They would take, I would take, so you have to cover this even over again, which you... Actually, mathematically, might not even be able to do now, somehow. It might be worth it even to do that, but... Right, because you're already double attacking that. That isn't actually a bad thing that they did. I can't go here either, because then they'll just, like... Whatever. So if you go here, it's fine, but then the next move I'm not going to be able to address, because I can't do anything to stop it, right? If they attack it again. But it could take them a while to actually do that. Or even if you do this, then there's something cheeky there. I'm just not in the right position to be able to actually attack this at all. So the whole point is that that still doesn't do anything, because if you take, then I take, but then you take, but then I still take. It's just impossible to actually cover this stupid ass pawn adequately. Let's just double stack it, I guess. Right, it doesn't seem like a very good way to go about it, but... He is preparing for an attack. It seems like it, but I'm the defensive master, so it's not going to work. But I'm also kind of low on time. You probably just want to go here. You have to create like an unpreventable, unmitigatable, impossible to stop attack, which is virtually impossible to do in the game of chess. And so therefore, You know, like, why even bother trying? What does that do, though? That's the thing. What does it do? You have to stay connected to this at the very least. So just... You check again. I really wish I would have just... What are you going to do? Threefold repetition? Like, I wasn't going to win this anyway, but... Like, I should just take it when I have the chance. Okay, let's go here then. Like, what's he gonna do? Go here then instead? But he can't even do it. That's the thing. There's got to be some fork or something that I probably missed, but I just don't know what it is. Right? Like, this is pretty actively positioned, so at least it stops the rook from coming there. So you'd have to put it there instead or something stupid. What I would have liked to have done like an hour ago is actually kill this, but it's just not letting me. You go ahead, do Octopus Knight for Octopus Knight trade, then you can take that and I can't take back, so I'm well aware of that, but I don't know what else you can really do with that. Right, like, it's not like I couldn't take back, I had to do that. You could take there, but you can't, and then all I want to do is take this stupid thing. You can't do anything with this. You take, I can still take, everything's fine. Like, let's see how the 1700 rated player would take advantage of this attacking position. But the problem is he probably won't take advantage of it. I'll just kind of fall asleep because I'm so low on time. So now you go back there again. We do the same thing over and over. Amazing. Only problem is I blocked. Oh, fuck. But where can you even go that's good with that? Like, yes, you can unleash and check, but what can you do? Like, come here? But then I would still take... Like, you can't attack the queen or anything. But I was so eager to try to get rid of that stupid-ass thing that... You know, I can still take there. Okay, you're gonna go like this. This is getting pretty annoying, I'll admit. You go there, I'll just take like that. You take there, that's perfectly fine. You want to go like this, which is beautiful, but... Fuck. Probably not a good idea. You take, I take and check. I mean, I'd still get effectively the trade that I had been looking for, but... I'm HP +4, but it's not going to matter because this fun little mechanic called time is always the deciding factor in the game of chess, so that's really cute. I just have to play really safe, which is probably not really going to work to my favor at all. And you can go like this. You can't really take anything. You can take that. You have to use their time to think, which kind of encourages them actually to move faster too, but we'll just go there for now. And makes it seem like I don't really care about that piece, but I just don't really care to think about it right now. You go ahead, take that one too. That's perfectly fine. This one's adequately covered as it is. I could have just took there actually. He goes there and he's going to create some sort of crazy threat, I'm sure. We can come back here. He can take that anytime he wants. I'm going to assume I can just do that because he's not really doing anything anyway. I'm just too slow even with the clicking where I can't even do this. I do have a couple pass pawns here to the extent that I could just try to go for it. Right, like mathematically there's only so much he can do. But again, no matter how much material I have, it's not going to matter, so this is pretty much very sad. Well, that actually is the cushion that I could have possibly dreamed of. Is he really going to rely on time that much, though? Probably still would work for him, but... Let's just make another queen, I don't give a shit. Bro. Fucking stupid game, dude. I mean, I still would have the precedent to potentially make a queen. It's just the timer. I was in a much better position than actually what it seems like. Right, I just didn't actually do it. I can't believe he even played it like that, though. He had enough time where he didn't have to do any of that. Very confusing, but I don't think I really care too much about this. Only lose 4 for that, so I think that was the third art, so... I mean, look, dude. Every game is going to come down to something very stupid like that. So I don't think I really care too much about it anymore. It's just sad that that's the reason. Like, I want to see some high quality wins, but we're just not getting... Even when I win, right, they're not good wins. It's usually just something very stupid. Like, obviously I was winning even there, like, even without that, right, I was winning either way, by maybe a little bit. How some of these moves are blunders doesn't even make sense, but they're obviously not taking advantage of them, or whatever you have to do. Yeah, like, I even saw that. So the blunder was here, but what was the reason? Like, just because, oh, you could have given a check with the queen, okay. And they could have kept kind of repeating that over and over. So now I'm actually winning by a reasonable amount, but again, how am I expected to play with this little time? And so... I mean, like, here, you don't have to do anything, that's the thing. You could have just taken the pawn, obviously. You could have basically just done whatever you wanted. If you prevented queen from... Yeah, I probably couldn't have, actually, but at least... You know, it would have been better than what I did. That you stopped attacking when you had no time, and he made a queen. Well, the problem is that you're low on time in the first place. Like, obviously, I could have figured that out if I had a little bit more time. Like, the point is you just start doing random stuff because you obviously don't know what the fuck you're doing. Maybe I will do more, actually. But now I'd have to log into my shit again. Let's see, how much time do I have? I don't really care, but it's like this is when I go on really bad streaks and sort of throw because I don't... It doesn't matter. Like, I don't see what I'm proving by doing this. Play bullet or a short format, but that's even worse then. I guess it's sort of just playing into the stupid speed aspect, but I feel like that's not even going to help you because the way that you play there is sort of more random. Right, whereas at least here, yes, it might try to make you faster, but what you're doing faster, right, isn't as good as what you're doing here. The sea is the devil's domain. What does that mean? Okay, so today I'm gonna try to take this seriously. This is normally a day where I do some random category that, like, I've never played before. But even last week I kind of skipped that just because whatever. Right, I guess I did some variants, so that kind of counts. But I was gonna do some other weird, like... a casual like MMO like Palia or something it's called, but I'll see if I have time. Like if I go on a really good streak, I don't mind skipping it, but somehow I don't know what it is. I won't even play music or anything, but let me change these stupid things and I should treat it like I really only have one. Like in other words, yeah, game over. We're already ready for my defeat. I always said I wanted to use like the Dark Souls one where it says you died. So this clip is like I'm doing a permadeath run of Cry of Fear, which I think I had done successfully before, actually, right, on my old channel, or maybe not, but I got, like, super far into it, so I was even saying, oh, it's not that hard, or I was even saying, like, giving advice on, like, oh, what you should do in this room, like, I'm an expert, and then I die on, like, the first encounter or something stupid, so that was at least a funny early clip. Clearly, I'm just dying on purpose for content and stuff like that, but it is a pretty good game. It's a free indie kind of mod type game. Although I guess it's not really a mod, they just kind of released it on its own. Maybe it was originally a mod, and it has really good music. I even kind of stipulated that, oh, maybe they made it just as like a, you know, some guy who wanted to become a game developer made it just to show off his musical skills, or whatever. It's like a tech demo to show, oh, I'm going to put this on my resume. And if you put Cryofear on your resume, you'll get hired by some big company because it's so good. Again, especially the music. So here we'll just keep going through these green little boards since they messed up the ones here. Horsey Bishop. Okay, so we were kind of using this set again. So Ice Age is okay, although it looks very similar to some of the other ones that we've used anyway. Play your last boss fight music. What was that again? I forgot. The against the Black Knight one, I think. I guess I could, yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna blame music. I'm not gonna blame I'm not gonna blame the fact that I stream. I'm not gonna blame the fact that people could be sniping me. Let's say you should try this one. Against the Dark Knight, you had one job, dude. What do you mean the Dark Knight? They should have added him as a character in here too. Although he looks kind of janky in this. And don't blame the knight. Well, I don't really blame the knight. I just kind of blame myself for not adequately accounting for how bad it is as a piece, right? Like once you acknowledge its true value, then you treat it like a pawn or something. Or it's even worse than a pawn because a pawn at least has an upside of turning into something good, whereas the knight doesn't. Even the name is stupid. Like it's not a knight, it's a horse. Like what do you mean? Just from the outset, everything about it is confusing and stupid and unintuitive. Like, I see the horse, I don't see the knight. And even with all these different piece sets and everything, they still... Look at me, I'm a theory expert. Now he takes with the knight, then I put the bishop here. Wow, so fun. I'm so good, aren't I? And now, you technically don't take, but I guess you could, like... I don't know what else you're supposed to do with this, like... Oh no, you know what? I think you're actually supposed to do this somehow. And so now everything is kind of I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take. But my whole thing is I could just do it anyway. Like, right? Like, what am I waiting for? Just do it. At least we get to trade, or that's unusual, but I should still be able to get a trade out of it, like of some form. Now, the reason why you maybe wouldn't have wanted to do that is because of the simple fact that you've given him way too much pawn control in the center, right? So that's like horrible. But now we have to make sure we don't get open the king there, so it's not really pinned, but that's an awkward spot. So again, I'm letting my greed for trades really do me in. As usual. I played this guy the other day, didn't I? How do we not have a record against him? Some of these people I recognize. When you realize the potential of the knight, it's then you get the upper hand. It seems like you haven't seen it yet, even though it's been past the promised time. I mean, look, its potential is very limited, though. Right? Like, I'll get an Octopus Knight occasionally, but you have to work too hard to make it valuable, so therefore it's not inherently valuable. Right? You have to, like... That could actually have been dangerous. Like, you're gonna fork it or something stupid. And, like for example, here, maybe you could say, oh, it's bad to put it there, but I kind of had to put it there. We just want to make sort of room for it to go somewhere, or maybe not. I don't know. Like really, it's just gonna get in the way the whole time. It's so dumb. Like, you're not gonna be able to move it. That's just how it works. Like, whatever. We'll pose a couple interesting threats here. I'm not even gonna talk. Like, I'm just gonna... Whatever. I'll just... In case they're sniping me, or in case it detracts me, but... This person has played 9-11 games. And this is fine. Like all the things that you would naturally try, right? They're never going to work. So that's what I always have to question. You have to do something way more elaborate. You're double attacking that. I can move this. Right, and the reason why, but then you could take, and then if I take, then you could take. You could go like this, but then you're in a very weird spot of like... I don't know. You know what? I'll do it. I'll see now. Look what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to get the knight out of the way so it's not potentially going to get trapped or something. Maybe I sometimes just get too nervous about it. Like there's nothing to really worry about. It could just stay there, but I just kind of feel like it's going to be a liability at some point. It's always the piece that either fucks everything up at the opportune moment or it does something good at the opportune moment, but you have to wait a super long time. Limited or not, you haven't used it. Learning, I mean, I'm better than 70% of people in the world. So apparently, this is the kind of weird, elite, fake standard that people use. But learning is not for the ignorance. Like, so I've obviously gotten somewhere regardless of not using the knight, or maybe I'm right about the knight because, people always come to that conclusion eventually anyway. Now you can move this wherever you want. And so they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. So I'm very happy with this because that dark square thing is not a big deal. If you, well, that's actually a passed pawn though. See, these little nuanced things come into play, like, but they're not going to just let me do it. Or I guess they could, but this could be a dangerous pawn for them too. Wait, it's not even a passed pawn. No, but it would be because like I would take. That's the one thing I always forget about. Like, you're trying to do a pawn push or whatever, and you assume that either I'm going to take or they're going to take, but it doesn't mean that actually happens. I mean, we could go a little ballsy with it, I guess. Now we're threatening the bishop. You can go back, but this could be a dangerous pawn, but it's probably just not going to be. That's the thing. It makes the positioning for the queen kind of awkward, though, if I could just attack it with something. Right, like if you do this, that could be very devastating. The problem is then you're threatening this. So again, even when the knight is trying to do something good, it just doesn't amount to anything. But it's not the end of the world. Like, you probably will be able to deal with that. It's just, it's not super clear how good it's going to be. This is fine. So all you have to do is figure a way to, like maybe push out the queen, but I can't seem to figure it out at all. Or sometimes I get stuck on one thing for too long, like... like that was a good idea, whatever I'm doing, but then it's just not going anywhere, so you got to try to do something else. Attack the stupid ass queen. It's not really a big deal. You could move the stupid ass thing, but it doesn't really matter. You could do this. You might lose the pawn is really the worst that would happen here. Everything's fine with that. Our time is also fine. If you take, I take. If you take, I can take. If you go here, I can double take. This is still a good pawn. I mean, this could be a very... They didn't even end up getting a pass pawn out of all that, so I don't even get it. Okay, we can just move this, create like a double stack. Maybe create the triple stack too. This ends up just being such an awkward position though that I end up creating. Like now they'll go there. Maybe I should try to go here instead. Also, my lust for trades that clearly never gets me in trouble. But they have a good bishop pair going. I have the stupid knight sitting in the corner doing absolutely nothing. So it might come into play later, it might not. So again, the pass pawn potential is still there if I was to take. So it discourages the trade at sort of a high level expectation, but it's not that big of a deal. I would take... So if you could dislodge that pawn, that would be good. Let's go here, actually, for now. It would make you push that. Right. You either push that, or you could block, or you could maybe go there. Delete the about. You are doing well, I think. What do you mean about? About what? You are. Oh, he just mistyped. You about are doing well. You are doing well, I think. That's the sad part too about my style of play. Like, I'm always doing well because I'm just naturally so defensively minded that I'm never going to be in a bad spot unless I create it, which that is kind of technically true regardless of anything. Whenever I lose, it's like I do something dumb that I didn't need to do. Not like, oh, they really did something above and beyond that's like really super impressive. Wait, what? No, but this is covered, but what if he I don't get it. But how? What happened? Okay, you can take the... Alright, that's not the end of the world, I was gonna say. Or actually, this could be very dangerous now because you... No, but you're not threatening that. Well, I'll still fucking do it. No, but then you'll just take. Like, it's not doing anything because this position doesn't work anymore. We also have to clear out the back rank a little bit, or the stupid-ass knight could come in there and do something. There's no way to cover all of these, so I'm just going to go for kind of lazy threats now. There's so many good things that can happen with you doing this. It's just not going to happen. That's the problem. I'll just do it anyway. I just get lazy like at that stage of the game. I have time too. I'm just assuming like something good should happen, but it just doesn't. You have to like do way too many things. So that's why I play defensively, because that tends to work better. Like, let them find some impossible way to do a threat if they feel like it. If you do this, I just take the queen. So this back rank possibility is dangerous. You have to watch this. Now you'll attack that like with the bishop. The reason why... that didn't work the way I thought it would. Let me see. Just can't cover it, I suppose. It's surprising. I guess I just assumed I'd be able to with something. If you check there, I won't be able to move either. You should be able to at least sack something to save this for a second. This makes no sense. Like, that's something obviously that, again, I'm like creating the problem myself. I'm trying to attack too much when I shouldn't be doing that. Or something. So like that's not even necessarily the knight's fault, but then again, the whole positioning of it was kind of fucked from the beginning of the game. Like, that is kind of a very rare sort of mate that you wouldn't see, like where you just can't do anything to it. But again, this is also why the center pawn's being blocked is so bad. You might think, oh, they have a bishop here, but the Darkstar bishop isn't even relevant. Like, it's not like I could go there anyway, or it wouldn't help, even if I did. I'm assuming there's nothing I can do there, but I wouldn't be surprised if I'm missing something. Let me see, what is my other Imgur fucking thing? I gotta do the next one. I don't know what I was doing for a while there. Like, I still would go for trades, but I would be maybe a little more disciplined about it or something. Right? Like, I'm just not really thinking or trying very hard. Like, yes, you'd say, oh, maybe they were winning most of the game, but generally, all that mattered was towards the end. Or, like, whatever is happening here isn't that big of a deal. I'm sure I could easily deal with it. Right? They're not going to know really how to take advantage of it. There, they get a passed pawn, so that's at least something. We had given up that pawn for a while. And I'm kind of playing as if my queen is there. Then it would have made more sense. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I am putting it there as if now the queen has to move, and if it moves, then you also lose the thing. But even then, you could have, like, taken, and then whatever. My queen would have to be, like, there. Yeah, even here, you are minus 3.3 or whatever, but that's also another blunder. What the fuck else am I supposed to do then? What do you mean that's a blunder? You can't do anything else. What? It's the best move, but it's also a blunder. Like, normally, at least. How? What do you mean then? What would you rather have me do? I don't get it. Isn't that what it's saying to do with the blue arrow? But it doesn't like its own move. Like, yes, you might say it's a losing move no matter what, but that just means it's a losing position. It's not actually a blunder because it's the only thing you can do. You can't say that. You know, you're just delaying for a turn or whatever. All right, let me go to my stupid Imgur thing for a second. Yeah, I don't really like how I've been playing, though, the last many, many games. Again, I don't mind if I lose, but at least then I'm usually losing on time. So I'm just getting even lazier than usual. Let's see, what is the next one here? Something Dark Souls 2. I'll give myself maybe the 3 life thing. So I have like 3 pieces of art to match this. This was like before I was even doing Dark Souls 2 really as a series. I just come back to try to play it. Like, whatever, just to kind of recap. And I was sort of billing this almost as pseudo ASMR, like I was saying, you know, ASMR gaming or whatever is what I was calling it. Just kind of reading through all the items I had in my inventory and things like that, and just kind of getting immersed into it again. And so we'll go ahead and we'll change the piece set. Ice Age. Like, at the absolute highest level, there are too many things I don't like about the game. Like, where maybe, okay, I could never be like one of the best players in the world because I would never even put in that much time. But there's something else that you can do at this level that just kind of is different, right? Like, I can still get as far as I really want, even the way that I'm doing it. I just have to be a little better about it. Okay, Iowa set is good here. Got to be more aggressive next time. I think it was the opposite. I shouldn't have been aggressive at all. I should have been, my attempts to be aggressive is probably what did me in there at the end. I should have just tried to save it, play more safely. Right, there was never a point where I'm winning that game, so I don't see what I can do. I should just play it safe and stale and get a draw. Yeah, let's just deal with this. You go here, take, give a check, do a trade. I mean, at least out of the opening, I don't mind doing that. So we go ahead, we could castle, but first I want to do this. If you try to push it out, I guess I would take, like, I don't know what value this is going to end up having. So, I mean, their pawns are a little messed up, but it's mostly just an aesthetic mess up. I feel you getting outplayed, cheated. I'm thinking close triangle with a C push. F it. All right, let's go do my little stupid V-shaped structure here. Or I don't feel like this is ever a move that you really are meant to do, but it's not bad. It's just kind of random timing for it. You got to clean up something with these pawns, but I don't know exactly how to do it, so I just end up going for this little other structure anyway, which makes sense for the bishop, but it doesn't make sense overall. Like, there's probably something more, or it's not even going to materialize because, you'll be able to block it with that, and then I have to try to figure something else out anyway. So I don't know what you would do with that. Just kind of push a pawn and then double, triple attack that where you can actually get it. You could take there, they can take back. That'd be kind of a bad spot to put yourself in, so there's no reason to do it. You can move the knight. Like, one of these knights has to be traded off. That's just an objective rule of the game and how it works, because now they'll take here, right? And then if I take or whatever, you'll end up in a weird spot no matter what. So I don't want to trade off my last bishop here, but I might almost have to. You got too many pawns near the center. Thanks for the follow, Pa. How's it going? It's been months since you... No, I don't know about that. Has it been, actually? Okay, you go... Oh, I just said I probably shouldn't even do that, though. Because now you have this, then take... And then you would still be covered with... Oh, no, you wouldn't be, though. You could go, like, here, I guess, for now, but it's probably not going to be good. Let me see. You can obviously attack that. You could at least have just taken that overall, I guess, now. Right, so you have that, or you could, like, block it, but then it's not going to be covered. I'm actually happy with that. Now, if you take this, right, obviously I can't take it, so it doesn't matter. So that's at least a good, kind of well-earned thing. Let's go here, and then we just have to worry about... We'd kind of keep dancing these two back and forth, like... Whatever. Like, you could almost just force a threefold repetition right now. If you go here, I have no choice but to go here. Then you could just come back. Like, I would literally do that if it was me. Just to be a fucking troll. But let's go here. We'll attack that. There's so many situations where it's so easy to do that, too. I got two knights. Yeah, this is going to be a disaster. Now, that's kind of a mistake, I guess. Well, not really, but... And I'm just really not even looking at what's happening anymore. At least the good thing is you'll still be able to take with the knight, and if you take with the knight, then you might have been able to actually do something better there, because you could have just... I don't know, you could have just, like, threatened out the knight and then still taken that, probably. Yeah, it's only -2, and the two knights are clearly going to equalize for a... Whatever, for a rook, but it's not even like that because you have the bishop too. We can just play around. I mean, at least the pawns aren't very threatening. So if you can just equalize that aspect of the game, right, there are no passed pawns, there are no pawns anywhere else. So this should be pretty much even. So you just have to not lose on a standard mate. And look how fast both players play, although at least I'm usually better about not doing that. You are getting too excited over a new... Yeah, that must be it. So I really, at all costs, could not do that trade, but I maybe made a mistake because... No, I mean, let them unleash that, but I mean, you have to keep the rook at all costs because you need at least one actually decent piece on the board here. Now, the bishop can go wherever it wants, and therefore you're attacking the knight, but it's okay because obviously we should be able to just move this around and it'll be fine. It'd be interesting to see what the knights actually do in a position like this. They could actually be pretty good, right? If you manage the pawns correctly, I don't think it would be that big of a deal, right? Certainly on in a 1v1 match with it, you would be able to... Okay, you don't want to go there because you let it get pinned down, basically. In a 1v1 match, you know, a knight can actually outshine the bishop. The problem is that there's too many other things on the board, or it's more like the second knight is completely useless because you don't need it, right? There's never a scenario where anybody is ever wishing for, like, I wish I had a second knight, right? I wish I had two knights for this position. Nobody ever says that because one is usually enough. You go here, but you have no way of double attacking that, so I don't really even care. We could attack either or with that. If only I could fork them, you know, at least just guarantee a trade on one of them. This would be a dangerous spot to go, but thankfully he can't do it. And the reason why he can't do it is because the other one would take, obviously. The problem is I also don't know where I even want to put this. I would have almost have wanted to end up here. Right, and we could maybe somehow turn that into an octopus knight, I guess. You give a check there, that doesn't really have much meaning. Now you're going to try to attack that one again, but I can easily just cover it one way or another. So we're not really playing around the light square bishop either, but we are... Okay, we have knight covers knight connection already. You go like this, if he takes, then no, I can't do anything with that. It doesn't actually bother me, but what does bother me is that this knight is just going to be... Or actually, maybe it's not a big deal, but... Like, let's say I just did this. It would also cover the pawn. Like, what could possibly be the problem with doing that? If you take, I could take with that, or I could take with that. My bigger question is just, like, where do I even want to put this? And the problem is, I don't have... Oh, I guess maybe that's what he wanted to do. He'll take it, and then if I don't take with this, you could, like, pin this down and then try to double attack it, but they're not even really doing it like that. This is the problem. Like, there's just nowhere for it to actually go. Where do I want this to stay, like, for the rest of the game? You have this one in your sights, and it doesn't bother me too much. I just have to do something with this one. This is really the active, relevant piece in the game, and I just can't figure it out. You would have, like, a check maybe available here. Knights have to attack, don't trade. Now, that's completely wrong, though, because in this position, you would absolutely want to trade a knight for the bishop. 100%, because it's an open position, because you have two of them, right? If there's one thing you're going to trade, absolutely you want to trade a knight for a bishop. You don't want to trade the rook, obviously, because that's going to be far more valuable otherwise. But, okay, we get this kind of to where I want now. Because now, at least, this will be hard to... Whatever, at least they're both in kind of good spots. And so now it's just a question of what can I do with the rook, and it's going to be very difficult to do anything at all. Okay, he does the trade, so now I'm happy with that, and we have not really an octopus knight, but still a decent knight here. So yeah, that's definitely his advantage is gone now, if I can just kind of play it safe. The bishop could have been far more dangerous in this position than anything else. This is still covered by the pawn, so I don't have to worry about it too much, but maybe I should... The thing with this position is there's really nothing to attack because the pawns are just so static. So now you'd be almost pushing that like down to there. Right, so let's assume that he's going to try to do that. If you take, I take. If you take, I still take. What you're going to do is go like here so that he comes down, and then I take. And then he takes again, or something like that might happen. You'll give a check from there. And if you can do that, then nothing really happens because, you know, you would just kind of keep dancing around a little bit. It's not really going to do anything. You give a check there. But then the thing is, even with the double attack, you got to think about it reasonably. They're not going to even do it. Even if the king was somewhere else, you're not going to trade a rook for a knight and a pawn, right? That's almost what I would want you to do. So there's nothing to even worry about with it. Let's go like this, maybe. And the reason why is because now you can... Well, that's kind of bad too, though. Because now you give a check, and then I move, and then you go here, and then I might not be able to cover it. Right, so that was already a mistake. Unless you're going to do like this, or unless you're going to cover it with the knight itself, which is actually very awkward. You're also attacking the thing. The rook, so that always gives me some chance to potentially escape. You go here, but then I take... You know, no threat is really going to present itself, but at least I should be happy for this because I'm obviously down material. This is like an expert way to show, like, this is how you get a draw in this situation, and it kind of... the problem is I can't cover this with anything else, so right, like the rook, I would have to then trade it, which that's going to be a disaster if I let that happen. So I don't know. Give a random check, and if only there was actually some good play you could do now with the knight as a follow-up, but there's just not. You can't block with the knight, and you also can't cover with the knight. So there's nothing I can do about it. In fact, now I couldn't even do it there. So this is going to be the problematic move if you go like that. Right, so you're going to guarantee take on that. So I kind of made it worse than it actually had to be. Right, so I already know what they're going to do. It's just... Right, there's nothing I can actually do to necessarily stop it. You're going to take on there. But maybe this would be good because you would take on there first, but then could I give a check or something? You would take, I would take, maybe I should have gone, I don't know. So the real reason why you're going to lose is now, right? Like the whole position up to this point was still fine. And you still might not necessarily even lose, but you go here, you're going to give a check, and it's going to be pretty much over right then. So now I'm going to do, you're going to just take both. It almost feels like I'm trying to lose on purpose some of these games, but it's more just sometimes this is what my style of play looks like, where I'm trying to kind of just make stuff happen, like just advance the game. Let's just trade. Let's just get it over with, kind of, which does work better than you might expect. But when it doesn't work, it looks kind of like this, which is maybe how people normally play at this level anyway. But I feel like they're definitely more aggressive or like more confident in those ways, which sometimes is their undoing too. But yeah, no, there's nothing I can do about any of this, so gotta hope for a stalemate. And some of these seem a lot more one-sided than they actually are, but maybe that you could have just taken that in the first place. Like, I don't really even care. Like, what am I gonna do? Get some crazy comeback here that's actually going to be... Why would you even try to mate in this situation? Like, it wouldn't take much, but just try to promote. Whatever. The point is I got to 1695, right? Like in a way that nobody's ever done. Not because, oh, they couldn't do it, although maybe. It's more like nobody has ever even tried to do it because what's the point? So that's still good enough. I don't know how much farther I expected to get. What I don't like though is even as I see this, I can see that I could get much farther. I just don't really care enough, I guess. Come on, just give me a stalemate. Like sometimes sure you'll get some easy wins, but it's hard to explain like these wildly different stretches that I go on. Like I go like a month where I'm barely losing or whatever, like I go on a crazy bunch of streaks, and then now I'm losing like every game. Like, is it because, oh, I'm going against higher rated opponents? No, these are basically the same that I've been doing, on average. A lot of 1700s, a lot of, between 16 and 17. I don't get what just starts to randomly happen. So I'll do it till I lose one more, I guess. That's all I should potentially do. So what is it that I'm doing in these games? Okay, so I gave him... I'm just not taking my time, I guess, in the opening as much as I should. And I always have to equalize that a little more because I obviously don't know what I'm doing. Like, this is all still fine. That's a blunder because I even said why it would potentially be a blunder, that you're giving him the immediate attack on the rook. If I just didn't have to do that. Right, and then that kind of hurts a lot. And then even from there, right, even though the engine isn't going to say it necessarily, right, you can still easily draw this position. It's just these kind of moves are what are weird. Like, I don't know what you're really trying to do with it. I'm just trying to do as little as possible. That's my strategy with the knights typically. Just try to do, as little as you can and don't let them fuck everything up, but they still tend to actually do that. And there's no reason why you need two knights in that situation, like, or in any situation ever. Like, I've never seen that where that's a good thing or something that anybody actually desires. So let me change this once more here. And this is going to be some like little short story that I don't even what I care to explain. Whatever. This is like one of my early sort of pseudo writing things. I don't know if this was even part of a stream. It must have been, but okay, whatever. So we'll do that, and then give me the next board. Give me the next piece set. What is this? Iowa. I do like those city-based ones, but I guess I won't be able to use it for too long. Iowa. What is it? That one just doesn't work. Meridia, which again, I'm sure I've probably used before. Modified. A lot of these just keep repeating over and over, but at least they didn't do an update to fuck that up. And of course, I was using Paint to do it, of all things. Okay, come on. We're going to go on a 20-game win streak, and just even that would still take literally days to do because, I'm not going to have time in one session even if I did do that. Yeah, something weird is actually happening. I just have to take my time a little more at the beginning. I don't take openings for granted, not because whether I know them or not, but it's just so boring and repetitive that like it just doesn't matter what you do. You can castle and then you can put that down there. I guess what you're supposed to do is more like this, but it still doesn't matter because take, but then I guess the act of doing that would let you do this, and then you also have room to put it there. So like it gives you other options of what you can do at least. So either way, that's fine. Some of the moves that are taken for granted are not really as intuitive as you might think or as they seem, right? Like they're once you know what to do and why, then it's fine, but you wouldn't naturally think that necessarily. You kind of want to put this here, but you also don't really want to put it there, so um like this normally isn't a good spot actually for the knight. And I kind of like this idea, but it's also not really probably the right order in which to do it. Let's see how your decisions help you. There's always like a move where I just like don't care, like I don't pay attention, and then something bad happens. Like I'll be like, oh, it's fine, or I just, we'll do it like super quick. You have to always do that. That's why I say, institute like a 30-second rule where that's a very ballsy sort of play that I would imagine could get punished, but somehow it won't. I mean, you could technically do this here in this position because there's not like a knight just ready to come in, but there's still no real reason to do that. That makes me uncomfortable, but I don't really know what to do about it. What you could do is you could put it there, and then you're forced to do something with that. If you do come down, I'm not going to take, let you take, I'll take back. And then whatever, it puts a certain amount of pressure. Even as stupid as this move seems, this is kind of like my defensive mindset at work. Here you could just take. So you're going to have to first go there, then you can go there. And in the meantime, I'm not sure exactly what I'm supposed to do. Like I could go here. Then if you go here, I go here. Or if you go there, I go there. But then you would have to move the knight also. You have to kind of sidestep when it comes to these king pawns, where you're able to not trade and avoid the trade at all costs, and you kind of just bypass it. You can't do anything with that. Let's see. So this should be good kind of either way if I put it here, maybe. This knight doesn't seem like it has anywhere really good to go even. You can try to open maybe this. I don't really like where my king is per se, but okay, so now you would have the ability to take there, right? I would take, they would take, I wait. I would take, they would take, I wouldn't be able to actually take. So what the fuck? Now if they take, I can take back. That didn't even go how I just tried to lay it out and expected it to go, but if they take, I'll take there, then this is adequately covered against the knight and the thing, or against the rook and the queen, I mean. So now we can go here, and the reason why is because there's no real good threat that you can do as a result, right? And the reason why is because, okay, and they also queenside castle, which I always consider kind of triggering and just stupid. So even here, you could just reinforce it again. And so if you take, I simply take back. So this is good defensive play. If you go here, I can't take it, but it's also not really doing a whole lot. Okay, so you could try to take that, but you actually can't take it. This would create some potential problem with the unleash capability of the actual, so if we want to stay off the light square, we could potentially do that just to stop the bishop from being too effective. There's a lot of sort of fluff moves that don't actually do anything, but the knight is actually doing a good job covering those two anchors there, or not really even, covering these two anchors, I mean. So this pawn is not really going to be too vulnerable, but it's okay for now. Again, you sort of just let that sit. Like, this is still a good defensive pawn structure. It might not seem that good. One of them is kind of out of place, though, right? Like, the... Actually, maybe not. You have too many anchors, like 1, 2, 3. You want to try to keep it around 2, in my expert opinion, because clearly I'm a master of pawn structures, but it looks okay, so it would still be hard to penetrate through it. You have this one, or you can't actually take it, though. What you can do is, if I take, they'll take. I think I'd rather just take, or I'd rather just let them take, right? Whatever happens, probably should be fine. Even if I put this here, I would take, they would take, and I wouldn't be able to take, so it wouldn't even really matter. And there's no good follow-up for where any of this can even go, so this is where I get in trouble, right? I try to actually take initiative and do something, especially when it involves doing it with the knight. But no, at least what I was doing for a while is like I would get draws like every game, so then I don't feel too bad about it because it's just the same thing. Right? I can draw every game, so it doesn't matter then. I might not be winning, but that's not the nature of chess anyway, so why would it matter? Okay, so you still can't take there, so I still don't get it, but now the queen could probably come in pretty effectively, but mine should maybe be able to block. Right, this light square threat could turn into something. But now he busted through that pretty well, to the extent that obviously you have the ability to actually whatever, like my king is kind of open now. What you're going to do is you're going to try to attack this, maybe just try to get the queen involved. Be a great opportunity for me to try to trade something. Now you give this up, and then the question is, would it be worth it to, you could like unleash, but whatever unleash you do doesn't seem like that big of a deal, so I'll just take it and assume you made a mistake. And of course, that's my first mistake, to think that you could, because it's not possible for a 1600 player to make a mistake unless they're me. So just It's all part of their master plan. They'll take there. They'll be threatening mate. I don't fucking know. But like you can do that. That's cute. But you still give up a rook, so it almost doesn't even matter, right? Like you can just do whatever you want, and then let's see what you'd actually be doing. You would have to stay in this line because you got to watch out for that. We could just go back to the back rank again, or we could go here also attacking the knight itself. Uh, you're obviously not doing that on account of the knight, but on account of the bishop. So now, if you move it there, I can't actually take it, and I'm not really too worried about taking it. I just want to see where I can actually. Let's see. We could double stack something. If you move this, I could potentially take there. There's no unleash with the bishop. What is this? Oh, I guess somehow I wasn't actually expecting that to happen at all. But now the knight should actually be trapped, so it's all part of my master plan. And it shouldn't even take that much to necessarily do it. In fact, I don't even have to do anything to do it. I can just... Like, it is trapped already. All I would have to do is attack it. So somehow that position might change now. But just for the time being, let's actually just leave it. So I wasn't actually expecting that to happen, but even then it's still even material, so it's not that big of a deal. Right, so you can unleash this anywhere you want, but there's nowhere actually good to unleash it. If I just attack it here, there's nothing you can do, right? So that's at least pretty clear that you can always assume the knight is a liability, like even when it seems to do something good, and I wasn't even paying attention to that, it still doesn't matter. If you move the bishop, we can do a trade. If you don't move it, then I almost don't even care for the time being. What people sometimes try to do is they try to just distract from the issue of what's going on, like, you know, they'll just do something totally unrelated and then just throw you off from something good that you actually have. But even if I don't do that, I'm still even, but I probably should be able to, or they're at least struggling on time a little bit. The difference between a 1500 and 1700 is just being bad on time. The difference between a 17 and a 2000 is just studying openings or something, you know, just basic things. And then after that, I can respect it a little bit. But it just becomes so kind of monotonous. If you're attacking there, that's perfectly fine. We'll just go for a simple trade. You have no choice but to take it. You can't even block. Just do it. And now this still can't escape. So what would you possibly be able to do? Right, that would change the outcome, and the answer is there really shouldn't be anything that you can actually do, right? And the reason why, okay, you can keep being a little bit annoying about it, but it's not going to actually accomplish anything. Block with a rook, I'll just take. If you block with something else, or you didn't even block, there's no need to try to do anything above and beyond. Let's just go for that. Oh no, don't tell me, dude. Don't tell me, dude. How do you fuck it up, dude? How does the knight fuck everything up? Are you serious? Just because that stupid ass knight is uncovered? No way, bro. No way. I don't even care, man. You're so fucking stupid, man. Like, how do you fucking fuck that fucking up? Now it'll turn into a whole disaster somehow. You'll give a check here, but you can't really. I'll do the knight covers knight connection, I guess, but that's just kind of sad. You can't even see this because of how white my fucking background is. I'm not too happy about that, but it might be okay for now. You just have to move this out of the vicinity so the other knight does come in clutch. You can't technically do that because then I'll take, and then even if you take, it's worth it. So the main thing I'm happy about here is the time, just that they're taking so incredibly long that they. Okay. But the reason why that's actually okay is because now if you just move this, then you should be fine. Because it's not going to even be a double take, right? It won't be a double take at all. You'll take, I'll take, or you'll take, and then I'll take. But then I also just took a rook on top of that. So this is one of those rare synergies between the knight and the thing, or I mean two knights, but it doesn't matter because you still can't do anything. Like it's just a defensive thing just to stop it. It's not like they're actually doing anything impressive. So you have the double stack, which doesn't bother me too much. It doesn't seem like there's really much you can do with this. You'd have to attack it again then with something else, which you can't even do. Going here doesn't seem to matter. Doing this would be okay because the rooks can't actually cover it. So where is it going to actually go? You check, take, but you can't even do that either. Natural squares for the knights. This does seem kind of weird though. And I still don't see what I would be doing with them in the long term. Or if you push this and I can turn it into an octopus knight maybe here. Oh shit, I almost thought I got mated somehow. Just when you hear that sound, it's like PTSD. So that's good. You know you triggered somebody when they immediately send a rematch offer to you. Although I never do that, even though I'm constantly triggered by my losses. And it's been lagging lately, actually, when I do this. Like, why does that have to be a blunder? Like, see, like, what did they do to take advantage of it, even? Okay, so they do, like, they didn't do it, but even if they would have, it's such a long-winded, yes, of course. If they do this exact sequence, they'll get some minor advantage somewhere later on that nobody even understands. You can't really worry about stuff like that because nobody knows what they're doing in that context anyway. Okay, let's just do as many as we can until I lose one. Take here, attack here, go here, bring the queen, bring the knight. Don't let the pin happen. Save as much time as we can here, because apparently time is the most important thing to low-rated players. You move next. More like I move first. That name makes more sense if you're white, because you'd never be saying that then. You could actually do something weird here, like if you go here, and then you have no way to actually stop me from double attacking that. Right? So like you're in a very awkward spot with that. Could be good. See, you don't expect people to make mistakes in the opening, but they sometimes still do. That might just be a totally fucked position. Why don't you just study openings, dude? You've played 27,000 games, and you don't even know about a stupid fried liver threat that you might have. Now, if you take, I take, and then we still preserve the threat all the way. 27,000 games to do this, dude. Not just to lose, or wait a second. That's still good. 27,000 games, bro. Fuck. Maybe that's why they go so quickly, because you're just so bad. I could understand, like, how would you have time in your life to play 27,000 games? Right, of course, because they last, like, literally 30 seconds. This dude is trying to speedrun chess even more than I am. This looks kind of weird against that white background. Okay, these are the kind of wins that I actually need now. The side is being a little generous and giving me some karmic justice back. But no, you saw how fast I did that opening too. Like I'm just kind of pissed at even having to do it. I just play it like I'm trying to just get it over with, but I shouldn't. You have a check there, but it doesn't actually work. So now either I go back here or I go back there. Somehow I like going here, but objectively that's not necessarily a good move to do. And so you put that there. I still want to stop the pin, which is often an unfounded move that you're not actually supposed to make. You go here, you push it out, you push it back, and then I try to solve it later. You attack there, that's perfectly fine. You just go into here. And if you can do that, then everything is comfortable, everything is fine. You can't double take there. What kind of pawn structure am I trying to actually make now? I'm trying to do this one and maybe this one, or yeah, I think so. Even though you wouldn't be covering that because you'd probably have to go here because the pawns are gonna mess me all up. We got to keep pace with them a little bit in terms of time, and we just have to. 3 years ago, so this guy's played at almost the pace that I have, like whatever. In 2 years, I played really only this many games, like under 2,000 of an actual serious caliber, but whatever. Like either the other ones are just faster time formats, which I don't really care too much about, or they're like some kind of other, the temptation to trade, or like they just could be unrated games. I mean, it all still contributes to your experience. Like, it helps you to whatever. Even if I'm playing a 2,000 rated player, it still has some value to it. Like, I don't really want to do this, but I keep putting myself in these positions with 2 knights when I don't need to be doing that. And of course, they're so confident that I'm going to do it too. We've beaten those last couple of people in pretty easy ways, like either out of the opening or they're just giving up pieces right, left, and right. So these are the kind of ones we got to string together. If I get like 5 or 10 of those, for every 1 or 2 really good players, that's fine. So this structure is totally messed up, and I don't even know what exactly to do with it right now. Right, like it's just weird, and this almost was depending on the bishop pair. So the dark square bishop could cover there. Um, could be some sort of weird sack play that happens here. They would take, I would take, they would take, and then they come in like that or something. But even if that was the case, I don't know what exactly I could do about it. Like, there's nothing I can put there that's gonna help. I would love to trade off at least one of the bishops, whether light square bishop or this. Trade like a knight for it. Sort of try to fork them in some way. I can't figure anything out that's actually going to be useful. Create the double stack, but it wouldn't actually do anything. This is where the knights have to have a certain amount of mobility, but I just, so many of the times here, like I'll make a move, but I don't know what I'm even doing with it because it's just, you're trying to find some use for the knight, but you just can't do it. And because you really just don't need 2 of them anyway. If you take, I take. If you go there, or you bring the queen, then like, come on, man, come on. So I'll take, then they'll take, and then they'll bring the knight in, and none of my knights or anything are gonna actually do anything about that. So like, it's one thing. I can't go there to cover it, right? Or wait. Like, okay, they're gonna sack. That's perfectly fine. But now, can I actually do something good with this? Like, I could take a pawn, but it's not even a free pawn. I just wish I could do something with it. That's my whole problem with this position. Like, I'll go here. I'll try to take the bishop, but I also can't. Now you'll bring the queen in, I guess, too, and then I also won't be able to do anything about it. So maybe I just give up on that whole threat idea because I can't figure it out. And sometimes these are like sort of fake threats too that don't even matter. It's just like, if they have the confidence to do it, and if I'm not entirely sure about it, that's fine. Like, this position isn't so bad. Now you're going to try to take one of these, which I would love it if you actually did, but once again, the knight just gets in the way. I'd be actually happy if you took, but they're going to do something more advanced where they try to, somehow bring the queen into this attack as well. You knew the Greek was afoot. If you take, so that would be a little problematic. This would actually be pretty good, or it's actually not. They would take there, and then I can't take back. So I might have to go here, but that could pose its own problems because there's no other way to really get at that, though, so it should be fine. You'll come maybe there, and then try to threaten there. But it still wouldn't be mate, so... This seems kind of cute, but then you'll just take... I would still be in favor of the trades overall, but I'm going to assume they keep just turning them down. We could make a move like this, I suppose, if they go there. So they would have to attack this again to really make this a good threat, which is not even pinned to the king, but I don't know how else I'm going to cover it. I could cover it with the rook. This one knight just isn't doing anything the whole game. This is what pisses me off. Or if anything, it's just going to more so get in the way. I would take, you would take, I would take, you would still take. You can go here, which is perfectly fine with me. Right, so you basically just have to get out of there, so that's not a very good move. And let's see. I could try to attack the queen there. There's no fork play, nothing crazy going on. Sometimes it is like a best move is like this because yes, they'll take, but then I'll take, so it's actually fine. And then even if they try to save it, I'll take the other one there too. So it ends up actually being better for me technically, even though it seems like I'm sacking the queen or something. Not a whole lot is happening with this, and I just wish I could do something with the other knight. There's no other way to cover this, so it kind of forces me to just be stuck here. Right, and even if I do this, then you can take two. You're double attacking this, so it's not going to really do anything. This is so weird, man. It's just like a completely stuck position. You just can't do anything. Let's just move this somewhere, because I can't make up my mind. If I do that, I might get trapped, though. That's really the fucking accomplishment of the night. Like anywhere you go, first of all, it's not doing anything, but anywhere you go, you're gonna block the cover there, or you're gonna block the ability of the bishop to go there, or you're going to just potentially get it in danger. Like this might be okay, but then it's just gonna end up going back. And of course, they're far faster than me, but it's actually fine. That's what it seems like a bad bishop move to make, like just on the back rank, blocking your own rook. And I wish I could just actually threaten something here. You could go here, I guess. So now if you, but then you'll just raise it. Maybe I'll just keep moving back and forth. Like, let's genuinely see what this guy does. I have no idea what this position is. Just clearly it's just a normal position that everybody would know exactly how to play. And that's the problem, is they might end up doing that too. They don't know what to do either, but they have more time, so they'll win because of that, if nothing else. So we'll go maybe here now. I don't know. Because you're running out of extra quality spaces to go to, or maybe we'll go there. Everything just has to stay kind of locked down here because we somehow get pinned in this very unusual position. Not even out of the opening like what I normally do. Okay, we'll go back yet again. At some point, he's just going to move this here, so I can't keep doing this. But we're almost just trying to be as annoying as possible. You can go here, which might be finally a good thing to do, but it's still not. Because then you could actually double take. So you still can't do anything. You could go here, I guess. But then you could also double take, but actually you can't. But no, you can. Uh, hmm. You could go here, but then there's going to be no follow-up play if they just attack it again. So let me just go here, even though it seems like a bad move. We could do the knight covers knight, and then I guess we could finally move the queen away. Right, because now you finally found a cover for it. Even if they bring something else in, it wouldn't bother me too much. You bring it to here, I could just take. So now finally, I probably should have seen or tried to do that sooner, but whatever. We got a little bit of time left. This I wouldn't even want to do necessarily. Let me move the queen here. You're going to create a double stack, which is actually not problematic at all, only because you get to you should be able to do this, because if you take, I could take with the knight as well as anything else, right? So you take, I take, you take, I still take. Even if you took with the queen, you're still taking two. Well, no, you're not. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. And if they obviously don't, I'm going to at least take one of them. D4 is serious. Okay, let's just do that. D4. Alright, so now if you take, I can simply take back, so I can just bring that back again. There could be some sort of bad check that opened up as a result of that, but they didn't take advantage. Even if there was, we get the knight covers knight again. But the problem is, I guess, then if you take, then you can take. And of a claustrophobic, annoying position that I found myself in, but I often do create these on purpose, too. Like, whatever happens now, I'm going to lose on time, just because, you know, I'm not going to be able to figure anything out. But I guess I'm not really losing in this position at all. Right, that one pawn isn't going to be a problem. Or now you can easily do something with that, because you could just... No, but you would have to, like, do that first. And I still don't even know what would happen with that. The dark square bishop isn't that dangerous here, I guess. Go like this, they would take. This isn't even going to have a cover, so it doesn't really matter. All my positions always look almost like I am losing because I play so defensively, but their attacks are always so half-baked that it doesn't actually do anything. Just fucking trade, I don't care. You give a check, I can take. You can take with whatever you want. And then you can just... You do a move like this, or you could do like this, then you take the rook itself. Or you're going to be maybe somehow close even to a mate. I'm obviously not going to win, so... But even if I escape with a draw, that's fine. It's very unlikely to happen. Or here's where you got to use like their time to think about your move. But then I'm not always the best at figuring out what they're going to do anyway. But that's always my principle of play too. Like it's always easier to figure out what they're or like reacting to their attack than it is to figure out basically your own, like coming up with your own from scratch or whatever. So if I move it there, you can just immediately double take. Now they're going to spend like 3 minutes of their time just coming up with some crazy god level attack. You could come to there, then the queen's movement is a little restricted, but it's not that big of a deal. My queen is just in a weird spot. I don't really want to mess with these pawns too much. If you go like that, it seems dangerous. Again, you could even do that, into that, into that. But I even just said that too. But it's just like, so what? Like, okay, you take that. As long as you don't get to like mate me as a result, you're only up by +1. So that actually didn't even do anything at all. Like, what is the thing? You take, take. It's still covered. It's still fine. You give a couple random checks. So all that really for nothing. If you want to trade queens, I'm more than happy with that as well. This is still whatever. This one should be gone no matter what. Then if we trade queens, then the end game should at least be easier to manage than most of what I've been doing. From the perspective that if we just try to play around these pawns a little bit and just move the king a lot, we should be okay when it comes to time. So maybe I can actually do something here, as in not really winning, but just whatever. We could, oh shit, but maybe that's not a big deal. That's just difference of 1 pawn, although we were already down 1 pawn. Fuck, I'm just gonna keep doing this, vacillating back and forth between these two squares. We go here, we can always try to cover it there, and they won't be able to cover it themselves. So it almost just doesn't even matter. It's gonna be the kings that actually come into play in a more meaningful way, right? Because we're already playing around his bishop color. So this will still be a draw no matter what, right? Despite all that. You can't move it there. You just can't do it. So, you know what I mean? Oh, fuck, I can't take the... Oh, fuck. Okay, okay, I fucked up. You wouldn't have been able... Whatever. You wouldn't have been able to do that, but then I just deliberately did that. But even as I'm doing that, I see what I'm doing, but I just can't do it because of time's sake. But that was still a 100% perfectly drawn sort of position. But... Whatever, this bishop is still anchored like for eternity. We can do that. Unless we get a stalemate. Or they won't even do it. I like when you get these bishops in this like impossible to cover position though too. Like, you know, if the bishop's covering the pawn's covering the bishop, nothing can ever do anything to it. So it becomes almost like an octopus knight type of thing, like where if you only have rooks, you won't be able to really trade for it or do anything. Right, because you won't trade down for it. It's not really as strong as an octopus knight, but it's still kind of a cool interaction. I've never really seen anybody get 2 of those at once, like where you have a light square bishop covered by a pawn and a dark square bishop covered by a pawn is kind of out on their own like that, where it, you know, you don't need a pawn structure then because you're just kind of like, whatever, they're just infinitely covering each other. So black was winning most of the way. I was apparently winning briefly there, which I'm not exactly even sure when that was. I don't know if that had anything to do with like when the trade occurred. You give a check there, you go there like I did, and then you take, oh, I actually took the wrong thing in my lust for a trade. But again, with how little time I had left, that's still maybe the right decision to make because I wouldn't have probably played that correctly. But even here, I'd still be confident in my ability to draw. Whatever it is that they're going to have to do is going to be way too complicated. And so my main mistake was just not to take here. Right, so now at least the king can maybe come back. Or actually, it's implying that you wouldn't be able to do anything about this, but why would it be this of a sure thing? Like you're making it look like it's a draw, right? Like what you're gonna do like every threefold repetition possible, and then I don't get it. Like why it would take this many moves if you're gonna win and you're winning by -6 over here? Why the fuck would it matter? Why not just do what it is that you're gonna do? I'm gonna exhaust every possible move first, and then we're gonna do the same thing. So I probably shouldn't do anymore, but maybe I feel compelled to. Let's see, what time is that? I don't know why my bottom thing doesn't work sometimes, like when I'm in full screen. I don't know why. I don't know. I'm not getting anywhere with this whole experience, so I don't get it. Like some of these streaks that I go on are just weird. It feels very deliberate, like I'm obviously doing something right. Or some of these were like in some other variant, weren't they? Yeah, like chess, whatever, 960 or something. I don't know. I don't like this whole experience, but it's just so simple. But I let like one move ruin the game or something, like where I go for an extra trade that I don't really need to do or I shouldn't really do. Like let me try a couple more maybe. With the bishop that game, you're good. Happens to everyone eventually. What it probably was the fact that I failed to take the bishop. But what's funny about that is, sure, I wasn't really thinking, or like I didn't really see that I could take the bishop there. But also, given how little time I had, I very well might have decided to just do the trade anyway because, you know, being up by that and having the queen still on the board, I'm probably more likely to fuck that position up, right? Because of how little time I have. So let me see. I don't like that I'm skipping some of my normal formats too that I'm supposed to do in doing this so much, but I don't know. Right, so we got Meridia pieces, whatever it was. Let's see. I'm just trying to speed run through the rest of these, I guess. Neo, which again, I'm sure I've used this before. I don't know what is so modified about them, but I guess I'll do it again. So this was like maybe the first thumbnail that I made actually manually on this channel. Like all the other ones so far that we've used for the background are like the ones that it naturally just grabs from the video. So like it'll have those three options on the bottom. Like when you go to upload a video, it'll just pick like a random image from inside the video, like a random moment to use as a thumbnail. So that's what all the other ones were, right? I'm pretty sure. But this is actually one that I made myself, and I don't remember this little weird splotch on the side, but it's like this little Pepega fucking emote, and just like me going through this forest in Dark Souls 2, also part of that ASMR whatever session that I was doing, like reading through all the item text and stuff. And so then I'm saying, oh, it looks like the Dark Forest from Harry Potter and some stupid thing like that. And then we're obviously running away from the troll. Yeah, just using like sort of Twitch emotes and stuff. Not things that I really liked to do back in the day much either, but I just was so like not really familiar with doing YouTube content. My friend always would do it, or my friend would always take my old clips from my other channel, or like take clips from there and do it himself, but I never did anything like that. So that's what I guess I was trying to latch onto a little bit, was just like, oh, I'll just use like Twitch emotes or something and make some stupid thumbnails with it or whatever. That thumbnail in sicko mode is actually quite bad, but you know, whatever. It's just random. No, I guess I gave up doing that sort of ASMR style too. Or like when I had come back, I was actually kind of embracing that because that's like how it would normally sound. But I guess I've just kind of grown out of it or something. Okay, this should probably still be fine, but I should probably just try to trade stuff as much as possible. And this one would be, see, I wouldn't want to do this because you're gonna both get pinned, and you could potentially get pinned by this too. Kind of a little uncomfortable, anything. I can take that anytime I want. I don't mind letting this pawn come towards the center either, so that principle of like, oh, take towards the center is a good thing, is always so confusing to figure out because yes, you kind of want that to be the case. Like if you have an option to trade, you want to trade and take towards the center, so you get more center pawns. But there's so many times where that's not actually good, or I don't know, where you're just not supposed to do that, or not let your opponent do that. What the fuck? Like, you can tell me that this is worth it for them, but it's just not. Like, I can just guarantee it, or I guess given the extreme weird position. See, like, that should have been something I could just easily see through if I just decide to, for some reason, I almost want to do this. If you take with the pawn, then I can check and cover the thing. And if you take with the queen, then at least I'll trade it. I don't know what that really accomplished, but no, I should have just done the trade sooner. The one time I try not to do the trade, right, it fucks me over like that, where they can get away with some sort of dumb sack play. So we can put this here, and it's not really that big of a deal, though, really. Like, I'll end up basically trying to castle effectively anyway. If you go here, I can do like this. Just bring the rook out, and it's pretty much salvage the position anyway. But no, realistically, I should have just done the trade with no hesitation. So, let me see. Just get like a little free development here. Nothing else is really going on. Gotta be careful about how I develop the bishop there. Right, because you can take like that. As tempting as it would be just to attack the queen. If you're attacking this, you might be able to double attack and take it, but actually not. Yeah, you can do that too, which is a little bit uncomfortable, but I can still block it. And that's fine. But this is definitely a bad combination of... Okay, maybe I can do this now, but I still can't do it. At least you gave up one diagonal, so now I don't have to worry about this quite as much. Where is that rook going to even potentially go is the question. Okay, this I definitely have to move, just because this stupid thing keeps getting in the way. Or like if I try to move the bishop, I lose the pawn. So many of your moves will just sort of play themselves, that you just have to do the most basic expected thing. Now we can move this, because if you take, I can just, whatever. This would be the one thing that I'm not accounting for. This would be actually okay too, because you're pinning it down, so if you bring the pawn, whatever, I would take, you would take, I could still take. That was at least a clever sort of sack sequence where they did get the piece back in doing that. But you know what? I'm fine with it. It's probably not a good trade still, but I'm acting like this pawn is actually really good, which it may or may not even be. You could go here. If he takes, I take. Takes, I take. There's no other pawn under threat. There might be some sort of bad sequence that happens, though. Like, if I go there, then they take the pawn first. I really hate using the arrows too, because you got to try to do it in your head, visualize everything. But they take the pawn, then I take, then they take, then I take, but then something bad could happen here. Right, like it might fuck everything up. They take, I take, they take, I still take, and then they end up taking a pawn, but that's in the wrong order. Or they take the pawn, then I take, then they take. But they wouldn't, because... No, but they could. They could take the pawn, then I take... I don't know. It doesn't really seem that bad, but... They give a check, but it doesn't really change anything with the position. In fact, we're still covering that adequately. They would take, I would take... Okay, but what does it change? Okay, now you can take the pawn, I guess, is the only difference, which maybe it's pretty obvious that I should have seen that. But of course, we have the back rank threat, which to be fair, I wasn't even accounting for that. It's not like, oh, I thought that, and that's why I, did the trade. No, I did the trade just because I'm a trade fiend who always likes to go for those things and just, indiscriminately always does that. So, I mean, I would love to do a trade overall, but they're just not going to let me probably. Or now, even if I do this, he'll give some sort of a check and take the rook. I don't fully know exactly how you would even do that, but if I took, then you could still just take. And we could just keep trying to bait trades all day. I don't know. Or now you could actually do this, but then you'll lose something else, obviously, too. I mean, look, dude. Keep doing this all fucking day if you want. So, again, this is not going to be a decisive outcome, but I have to play more degenerately for, things like draws here. So, if you take one of those, I could just take this. So now it dictates that you take the other one. And you still can't take the one here. Or I guess you could have. That probably would have been actually better for them. So now they could take this one potentially, or I'm worried about some sort of check. Is there not some way that you could check and take the rook? I don't even know how you would do that. I almost want to do this because even if you do that, then I would have a passed pawn. I'm just not sure. I'm genuinely not even seeing it. There should be some physical possibility to do that, but I just don't. Huh. Okay, so now we have a passed pawn, so that makes it kind of worth it. But let me just figure out, some more elaborate way maybe to try to protect it. Now you'll cover here, you're double covering. This one could also be pretty good. So now maybe I should actually win too, but they would take, I would take. Oh, wait. Oh, I fucked up because no, I like they could have taken, but then oh no, I can't move because I'm pinned, but then I could still have just taken the queen. Let's just try to march this up very methodically. And the thing is that that's one of those moves. Like you just do it without thinking and then you fuck up. You'll take okay, dude. It's still not necessarily even a loss, but let's see how they expertly try to do it. The difference between a rook and a queen here might not actually be that big of a deal. Right, if you trade off the pawns, like, yes, they can win, but it's going to be very hard and very annoying for them to actually do it. Or now they'll start just picking off some of my pawns. That shows you like sort of an average game too, just where you're able to, you know, you're gonna draw. It's very stale. Nothing is really happening, and then what does end up happening is you just almost get bored with it to the point where you just I don't know. Like there was really nothing happening with that. I get a pass pawn and I get maybe excited and try to do something with that. Right, like there was no need to do anything with that. They go there and then I make a blunder back. That was a blunder on their part. They're giving me an extra pass pawn, so I didn't have to do anything. I can just slowly march my thing out. I get very impatient and just try to do something very decisive, which I guess would be good if you were like a little bit better at attacking or something, but let's see how far I fucking want to tank this right now. But again, I don't even feel like I'm really playing for anything now because like what was I trying to do? I was trying to see how far I could get like without studying, but which is apparently like 2000, but I clearly am not. I like this one because you can actually see my other tabs in it. Like, let me see. I just kind of like use a lot of screen captures, or I guess I still even do that sometimes now. But like I'm just playing Scrabble for the first time in a long time. And so what is it? He uses like some word that kind of triggers me. So it's like BATT. What the fuck kind of a word is BATT? But it lets him. So I put the little question marks there, and then just use a dictionary. So this is also one of those Twitch emotes, like the forehead, which that one was associated with me actually a lot with respect to. That would often be my mindset, like just do whatever, like sort of an elitist mentality. Like even in chess, like just calculate your moves, which I'm clearly not doing at all, and I would be fine. So we had Neo over here somewhere, modified New York City. And I, of course, live even in New York, so not New York City, but still. So this one I should take a special pride in doing, and I do like this one quite a bit. So let me try a couple more. Yeah, a lot of these games are not see, these were some of the first games I played too when I came back to streaming for whatever reason. Like, let me just do chess, let me just do Scrabble. I was kind of surprised by how competitive that actually was, though. Like, people were using these kind of crazy words. Like, even now, let's try to get some confirmation. What the fuck does bat mean as a word? What the fuck is that? A piece of felted material. Look, is bat a Scrabble word? People are actually asking that. That's the second thing. Who the fuck is using that? Bat is a playable Scrabble word. I had never heard that shit before in my life. That's how coronavirus started. BATT, not a regular bat. UFC tonight, you're lit. Green chest. Yeah, all these have been green too. Because I'm just using like different shades of the same one because I guess I ran out of boards to actually use. Oh, now here's an opponent I can actually beat at 1500. The realization is chess is just a boring game that like is kind of overrated because it's going to come down so much to studying that again, it's fine and I can respect that if that's what people want to do, but it doesn't mean that it's as special as people make it out to be. Actually, this is a little confusing because I don't know where the hell the Darkstar Bishop is going to go. This set is actually pretty sick though. We go here, but then you still have adequate cover. Yeah, I actually have no idea what happened with this. Because you're not going to want to move this pawn either. You would want to do this. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take. So I might do this for now just because I did it in a very confused way, and now I'll just put it there and then try to figure out something later. And then the lights for bishop is also going to be a little awkward. Oh, the green you smoke, of course. I'm not an expert on all this modern lingo. So now we go here. It still doesn't change anything. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take. It might at least let me take the queen, I guess, but it wouldn't really be worth it. I could go here instead, but they would have way too much cover. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take. Okay, because the other knight is there, I wouldn't be able to do anything. Let's just leave it like that, although it's very unusual that I... Okay, that's actually fine too. Now, you wouldn't necessarily want to move this, and I don't have to move it. Because then the queen obviously would have to be traded. You could go here, and then it maybe leaves this knight in a very awkward spot where you would actually have to have like put it there. In fact, if I castled and then you did that, that could be very bad because you don't have this option to go. You would have to first, yeah, you'll actually be screwed, I guess, if you castle. If you castle, then you go there, then there's nothing I can do because I have to both move the rook first to make room for the knight and then move the knight. So I don't think I can actually castle here on account of that very unusual spot. We'll go here. In fact, what I've been doing the last couple of games that maybe I always say that you shouldn't do, is I have been trading like both bishops for the knights or something like that, where I end up in a position where I don't have any bishops left. You could almost do this, I guess. So the only thing that's confusing is I can't castle on account of his bishop position. Maybe that's not something they would actually think about or see, but I should still think about it. Or I mean, they could negate the castle anytime they want if they just wanted to take that. I would have had to take with the rook, and therefore, that would have been perfectly fine too. Now I should be able to do it with impunity and not worry about it because there's nothing actually happening with that. Surprised I'm still streaming. Well, I'm more so surprised I'm still streaming chess specifically. Why, it hasn't even been that long though. Yeah, I should just change my Saturday category to it's just an extra day of chess because that's what I've been doing. Like even last week I did the same thing. You go there, I'd be happy to trade, but actually I can't, and the reason why is because you're gonna give him pass pawn, so at least that makes it kind of obvious that that's at least a good reason not to do it. And from there, I'm not exactly sure where he can even go. Right, like I wouldn't be wanting to take, so there's no need to really even do that. Right, like that's not a good move because it doesn't actually do anything. And now I can just move this if you double stack. Oh, don't tell me it's gonna be one of those kind of positions where look, the knight can't be this kind of piece for me, can it? 'Cause you're gonna take this, right? Oh, I don't know. I don't know about that. Like again, this is the title move for the knight. Like this is absolutely how the knight works. If I could just move the knight anywhere normal, right? You could take, I could take, you could take, I could still take, so it's fine. But now I'd have to block the thing. So now you'll take, right? And so it fucks everything up. And so instead, you're gonna be able to take there, I guess. But I'm gonna have to try to escape some other way. You could still just take there, and it would just be a difference of now I could take the rook. So ordinarily that might be fine, but you see how the knights can just trigger you in such a way. Now I can just let you take, although I would almost rather take first. So now even if you take, I take this. So that actually ended up benefiting me. What the better move would have been just take the thing, take the pawn and give it check, and then you can still take that, right? And potentially take check and then even take that too, and then you're still pinning that down and whatever. So they just missed it. So you can also, oh shit, they're just falling apart. I mean, they are only a 1500 provisional player, so it's only to be expected, but and this might be their first game ever that they played, or sometimes they played a few and it just doesn't show it. Okay, so now it should be easy, but this is the kind of advantage that you often don't have the luxury of getting in an actual decent, high quality, or evenly matched kind of game. And this is one of those dumb bait trade sort of moves that often gets me in trouble. Like, that's normally never a good move. And they even have at least the discipline to not do that. Right, like, okay, this would be a fork, but I take, and then whatever. It might be like a passed pawn of some note. You're going to have almost nowhere to go, or I'm not going to offer up a trade again, but they're just not going to take it because they're too good of a player to do that, I guess. Okay, so let's stop trying to do that. Let's just try to push this out a little bit. If you go there, I could still take. This is an awkward position for the knight, but it's fine. But the knight almost fucked me over. Or see, even there, it did fuck me over. I just didn't get punished because this person, obviously didn't play it right. Am I fine with getting political? Sure. For prophecy never had its origin in the human will, but prophets through humans spoke from God as they were carried along with the Holy Spirit. Okay, interesting. Or he's even giving me time, which I won't even give him because I want this to be over as quickly as possible. Like, it's not going to come down to that, trust me. Okay, so now you can't come back in at all because you have to just resign yourself to, like, see, look how boring this even becomes too. I'm winning, but I don't even care. And first of all, I won't even get hardly any rating for doing this either. Right, like, it's just a complete waste of time. Okay, now you should have to trade. And the reason why is because you're covered by the knight. And so just through attrition alone, you are going to win this, obviously. That is the best word that describes, like, winning chess or the experience of chess over time is attrition. You're not actually winning in, like, some sort of satisfying way. It's just, like, something stupid. Or it almost feels like they're just trolling after a while, but they had a winning position, actually, too. Yeah, I get 2 rating for that. Like, that's really gonna... Like, that's just a troll of the website. Like, sometimes I go, against like 1750s or people like 100 plus above me, which is fine. And sometimes, I beat them too, but that's just a waste of both of our times. And he wasn't even that bad, right? He had a potentially good position and everything. ISC.RO apparently is Scrabble. Internet Scrabble, I guess is what it stands for. The verse immediately dismisses the argument that the Bible was written by man. For prophecy never had its origin in the human will, but prophets, thanks, but prophets through humans spoke from God as they were carrying. But you're contradicting yourself. The Bible was not written by man, but it also says that the Bible was written by man. Never had its origin in will, but prophets through you, though human, spoke from God. So, I mean, they still, it's one of those like a game of telephone arguments. You know, even if that was true, like, okay, God spoke through man, maybe man misinterpreted it, or maybe man twisted it for their own incentives and stuff like that. So it would raise a credibility issue, like maybe God's original message would get lost in the process of being translated by people. And even over time, people have sort of retconned religion in that sense too. Like, they've sort of, okay, this I actually don't know because I could put it there maybe, like, I don't know. People have sort of retconned it where, like, things that, were said in holy text like that before are no longer followed. So people say, well, we're adapting it and adjusting it to modern time. Or they try to come up with different interpretations that would, suit the modern day or something like that. But yeah, why did he ask if I'm okay getting political when we're talking, when it's actually the guy's talking about religion of all things? I never mind anything like that, actually. In fact, I'm the one who did the whole debate format and everything like that before. It's just, I guess I haven't been motivated more so to do that lately. Okay, we can do this here. I'm not entirely sure what's going on with that, but it should be okay. Or what if they just leave? I don't know. That's pretty cute. And again, you might think, oh, I can just castle, but then what if they do this and then something else bad can happen? Like, there's no reason sometimes to force a castle in. so quickly, basically. This seems like a perfect position where you would just want to fork everything, like fork two pieces where you're able to put the knight like there and guarantee the trade. I feel very nervous about castling actually to the point where I just simply won't do it yet. I should just wait. Right, because they won't take now because the position is the opposite. If the bishop was in front, then they could already just take. Now you can do this, or you can even already. No, you can't. You can do this, and the reason why you would do this is because if they take, then I take with the queen, and I just trade. Right, and so that's perfectly fine. And oh shit. As you can tell, I'm not really paying much attention today, but maybe there's something good that can still come out of it. You do this first, that's not going to help me either. You do this, you could almost scare them that you might be doing something else instead. Like they'll take, but then I'll take, and then something else might happen. But the reality is that you're still going to be down by something. Whatever, dude. Just the ways that I do stuff like this is so annoying. Because it's so obvious. Like everything I'm doing is just obvious stuff that anybody can see, but I'm just not doing it. But this is an octopus knight, so that should win me the game, even though they could trade for it anytime they want. Right, that could be the difference of a +2 right there, but are you one of those? We have papyrus from the 1st and 2nd centuries that match our current Bible verbatim. Uh, but no, there's certain parts of it at least, right, that people have totally retconned or changed, or what I can say with certainty is that people don't live 100% by these things. Like, you know what I mean? Like in modern society, I understand if you live in a certain like a certain community or Amish place or whatever, that might be different. But in general, nobody really follows those things 100% anymore, right? Because doing some of the things mentioned in there could be even illegal or could be, very stigmatized or not considered normal in society and things like that. So they could double stack the pawn. So they're playing very, very impressively and very fast too. Okay, I don't see any reason why I would really want to do that. Could almost go here, and this could be a very strong position for the bishop, but I don't think it's actually going to matter because of the simple fact that I don't know, maybe we could pick up a couple pawns here and there and it would actually be fine, but like that's just good normally if you have the queen on the board because then you can just what are they doing? You double stack there, which I almost don't even want to do. But yeah, let's at least make this annoying for them. Okay, they can do that, which is not a big deal at all. We can just go back. Although now there's almost nowhere for me to actually go. They could check that. What kind of fucking moves are they making, bro? Like, you might just have to take the trade because otherwise you have to block yourself off. Because if I put it there, then you could check and just back rank my dumbass. So here is actually fine. Like, I still don't feel like I'm in that bad of a position, but somehow Jesus is a scam. Wasn't the Quran written by a prophet 500 years after Jesus? You are guessing. There is no historical argument against the validity of the text. The validity meaning what though? What I'm saying is something else. Like, it's not about the validity. Let's say it was an absolute thing, right? What I'm questioning is people don't live by it right now, 100% right in line with it. Right? I don't think anybody would deny that. Like, you're not nobody is 100% following everything that it says or right, so that would be a question like okay, so what the fuck is this? I could do it from here, but then you could bring the bishop in there, but actually technically you can't. But this is just going to be like losing by slow fire. You attack there, which is perfectly fine. I mean, it's not, but there's nothing I can do about it. I should start trying to pick away at his pawns, but I really can't even do that. And the position of my pawns is so messed up. Right, where you're not really going to be able to save them anyway. So let's just let him have free reign to take my pawns as long as I get to, we'll double attack something there. Well, I guess that doesn't even matter because it doesn't matter because of the fact that the bishop itself is covering it, so then I can't do anything anyway. Right, like you could just easily assume I'm not going to take it. 'Cause the bishop was very strongly positioned the whole game, I'll give him that. But his other rook is at least in a weird spot where it can't come out very easily. So at least that we can try to take advantage of a little bit. If you move this pawn, you also are in trouble. If you move the bishop, you could also be in trouble. Like that, for example, now, you should be able to take this because... I don't fucking know, dude. You can unleash that wherever you want, but wherever you bring it isn't even going to do anything. But no, I like how I'm at least keeping his rook out of the game. Like, you technically can't do anything with it because you could go here, but then whatever, I could try to cover that. Therefore, do it or perish. What people do regarding following revelation had nothing new. God said it. Oh, yeah, I know. I was just making a different point, though. Many Christians could say the same thing about Quran. We have never go anywhere trying to prove each other wrong. But no, there's no question it was written by people. So, like, that point is kind of, you know, so why couldn't it just be random people doing it? Like, what would prove in a objective sense that it was written based on something other than just people randomly imagining it, the same way that they do with so many other religious or other religious based things like Greek gods or something, or even like other sort of flights of fantasy, like it was just fiction of the time. Like those were the original, Greek gods, or those were the original whatever that people believed in, or like, sort of a fantasy type of thing. Like, why couldn't it be that, at least theoretically? Right, whereas people just came up with something that they imagined or whatever. It was a form of, like a early form of fiction. Right, it's at least a possible theory. Use of the bishop is actually very impressive, I must say. I don't get it, man. I was beating these people so easily, or at least like what was the move that even did it here? I don't even remember. This guy seemed like he played at actually a really ridiculous level. I don't know why I'm even doing that. That was still like an effective trade. I mean, you're just trying to get like some sort of threefold repetition loop with the stupid ass, with the checks that you can potentially give, which is not going to be adequate even anyway. Could have tried to maybe get here first and do something. Could have done that. Try to go maybe here first, and then you get to. Okay, okay, dude. That bishop is just too good, man. His use of this Darkstar bishop was like fucking Grandmaster level. Alright, dude, just hurry up. I don't like to resign, but you're taking way too fucking long. It's obviously over. I don't know why I'm even doing this, but... Christian and the atheist. How funny we got the Muslim. Jesus is... Okay, good, at least. It took them a while to find that, but... Why was that move very difficult when they're playing so well the whole game? Jesus exists in crucifixion is even more short. Okay, but now you're changing the subject. I didn't ask you about that. I asked you, how do we know that, like, where it came? Who are this God-forsaken existence failed horribly? The Quran is plagiarized version of the OT, and now they got it horribly wrong. Therefore, what else do we have? Existence for crucifixion. I mean, there's no question that he was a real person, right? But you could debate more so all the other deification of it, right? Like he was obviously a real human being. He was obviously went through some of those real experiences. I don't think anybody really debates that part. But it's just extrapolated on. This is hell. Admit it, we're in hell right now. Somebody get me some ice water. Jesus, the Holy Spirit, and they co-equal and co-eternal with the Father. Fuck. I don't know how this subject even came up, but okay, so we lost that. I don't know. I guess I don't really feel like doing anything else, so I'll just keep doing this for now. But I don't know why I'm doing it. Let's see, what is the next one? Some stupid ass. Maybe this should be the last one, but every time I do that, I just keep getting more. So this is like my first NBA 2K maybe stream that I did that was just sort of random. At the beginning, I was sort of just doing random categories because I hadn't established like a schedule yet. And in fact, for a long time, I didn't have a schedule. So it was just like basketball historian give their thoughts on the season or the playoffs. Like this is like the 2022 season maybe, or the 21 season going into 22 while demolishing the competition. And of course, we get like a mirror matchup too. Yeah, this is even opening night. Maybe, so that's why I was, or no, maybe it just always says opening night if the season hadn't started yet. So that was always something I would do on occasion at least. And so, what do we got? Now we're moving from green to purple, and then we get to do from New York on to the next one. The point is, what I'm showing is this is how people can play like 20,000 games and still be at such a low rating. But even for me, that's not even true because I just consider it so unacceptable. Or wait, that just like overwrites the whole thing, which is actually fine. So technically, the board that we were using isn't going to work. Like, so we'll count this as both the board and the P set, and then if I lose, then the next one can be the same board that we already just had. What do we got? Cross. Jesus is YHWH. I don't even know what that stands for. Muslims believe Jesus didn't die on the cross. In Surah 4157, the Quran denies the crucifixion. They stand alone in this belief. Like, I don't know. That is actually part of history, though. I don't think anybody argues with that point that it happened, but whether again, whether it just happened as a real event to a real person or whether it has to do with all of this other stuff, that would be more so the debate. Right, like somebody came up with that theory too. Like, what if he was just like the world's original magician or some medical phenomenon that people couldn't explain? Like, there are all these other criteria that you could have, where, you know, the world's original magician, where he did like some sort of trick that people couldn't explain that made it seem like he came back to life or whatever. Or on the flip side, again, it could be like some medical phenomenon that possibly, you know, at the time, obviously technology was less advanced, so people wouldn't know how to explain it. Like he just went in a coma and came out of it, or, you know, even all these other accounts. Which again, people might say, "Oh, that's just you trying to reach for an explanation," but it maybe is a better explanation than what actually came about instead. Like, you know, oh, it's just some whatever that people say divine thing. And what I don't like of it is actually the specifics too, where what the fuck is that? Where you're like getting caught up in the minutia and the specifics, where even if it's not okay, I'm getting smurfed or what? It's going to be a grandmaster who tries to beat me. But guess what? I don't care. Even if you are a grandmaster, you can't beat me like this. Who the fuck do you think you're playing against that you would try to do that? I might be bad. I might be 1600, but I'm not an ordinary 1600, bro. I'm something of a smurf myself. I've been playing on one existential leg this whole time. I mean, I can't explain it any other way, like why he's playing like this. Like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? It doesn't seem like he's really a smurf, but he could be doing some kind of challenge, like a speed run type of thing, which technically aren't even allowed on this site, really. But this might be a little greedy. Well, I don't care. I'll be greedy. But that's the kind of move that maybe you shouldn't make, because that's all part of his sacking plan that maybe somehow, you know, now I'm certainly not going to castle, and so that element might be bad. But I'm literally plus 11, so I don't care even if you are the world's greatest player. Like, this could be literally Magnus Carlsen. I should still be able to do this. I'm plus 11, bro. Like, what the fuck? You're trolling hard, dude. You're trolling hard. You could literally be Bobby Fischer infused with Magnus Carlsen, infused with everybody, and you're not gonna beat me in this game, dude. Like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm not even gonna get banned for being mean. It took me that long to finally question it. I mean, hey, I'll take it. Like, I need wins like this, but I don't get it. I love it. Just he blunders every piece in the most oblivious, deliberate way, and then he doesn't elaborate, and he loses, and he moves on. Like, what do you mean, dude? You played 2,000 plus games. Like, you're not a Smurf account. You're not that bad. Like, you're just doing some kind of challenge, or he lost like a bet, and he has to do this, I guess. It's one thing when people sack pieces that I find funny, but this is something else entirely. He just sacked the whole game. He just sacked the whole board. 1.5 billion Muslims. Okay, I'm not really too familiar with that part, but okay, that might be fine. Nightmare, if you believe in Jesus, that's fine. Even if you knew that's what faith is, even if you knew for sure that Jesus was raised from the dead, you still don't have the ability to believe. Even if you knew for sure that he was raised from the dead, like that's one of the key problems though, right? Like it's a position where I don't know, like is that the primary basis for why people believe, or like what is the thing? Right? Like what if that was disproven? Like we find out that that was actually just a medical thing that they couldn't explain at the time, and it was actually just like a coma or something. Would that then disprove people's belief in him, or would it take something more? Like people always say that, like with aliens, if we discover aliens, then that somehow makes people not believe anymore and stuff like that, or it would only reinforce the faith of some people. You know what would be kind of funny is if we get a stalemate. That's what he's trying to do. Yeah, like the funniest stalemate that we've ever seen. That's one of my favorite scenes in any movie, actually, is in Contact, which is a movie about like discovering and communicating with aliens, right? With Jodie Foster. It's like there's a scene where the revelation happens. Basically, we get some sort of communication, right, over whatever satellite or something, right, that we pretty much prove is from aliens. And so now you see like her driving down this stretch of road where like some people are holding up signs that, now we no longer believe in something, and then other people believe in it all the more, like, oh, this is a sign that, our faith is validated, or it's a sign that our faith is invalid. Like, it's people, in other words, they interpret it in opposite ways and just vastly different ways, that like whatever they want to use it to believe or reinforce, they're gonna do it. So for some people that would break their faith, for some people that would reinforce it, so it just doesn't matter, right? They'll just find a way to use it how they want. Sorry, my phone doesn't work. The Bible is about bro. Is about what? Okay, so is that going to be the beginning of a good streak? What are we on? Like a 2-game win? Oh no, not even. Or wait. It always says like an hour ago, even if it's not, because there's some weird time bug on this site or something. Okay, we'll do another one. I have no idea what that guy was doing. We'll go ahead. We'll go here. I'm just kind of sick of this, honestly. If you do that, I can easily take with the pawn, so it doesn't really bother me. But they won't even do it, so then what's the point? You can't really do anything with that, so the light square bishop can go maybe here. That move at least makes me a little bit uncomfortable, so let's try to push this out now. Now you end up taking. You can't really do anything with that. I guess I'll assume that this is the right way to play it, right? Because now the bishop is going to always anchor that. So your only major threat could be maybe if you do this with a light square threat as well. So the way to try to stop that would be if I could put my own light square bishop maybe there, but then I don't even know how I would necessarily cover it. So I guess I could try to, I could put this there, assuming that would be the threat. So the queen would come in, but it wouldn't really be able to come in. Or that's kind of bad though, because maybe the position for my dark square bishop isn't too good there. They would take, and then I would just take back. These people are playing like in very unusual ways all of a sudden. Right, like normally the beginning of these games isn't quite like this. They'll just play in a very static, boring way, and then everything else will sort itself out. I want to go here, and then what I'm able to do is just do a simple trade. And if they don't do the trade, then I can just try to double take onto there. Push a pawn, it's fine. I mean, I could still even just do this. Right, like, maybe I'm missing the opportunity though. Like, that trade is gonna make me very happy. Like, why would you queenside castle and be so willing then to do the trade, right? Like, the whole point of doing a queenside castle is to play aggressively, right? And now you've given up the ability to do that because you lost the queen. So doesn't that defeat the whole purpose? Like, what are the chances you're gonna mate me in some sort of fast, effective fashion now? Those two plays are like antithetical to each other where it just doesn't make sense. Okay, so we go here, I guess. Push the bishop around a little bit. You end up there. And now you get to... I mean, we could even try to press the point further, but... just... I don't know. You could pin this down. You could try to attack there. Right, so that could be a little problematic. That's also why I didn't want to put the knight there, because you could just... Okay, let's just do it. Although, arguably, it's not the best idea. You do it here, so you're attacking this. And so what's more important here is you're going to lose the thing no matter what. Right, the bishop itself. So at least that guaranteed the trade. So the real threat on the rook was just to buy me time to be able to do that. Even if you go here, you would have still been able to take. Right, you would have been able to threaten it with that, I mean. So this would be actually fine, but I don't have to really do it. If I can get after this pawn, that would be pretty good. We take like a semi-open file here. Let's see what he's going to do with the rooks. This kind of position should be perfectly reasonable and simple enough to play now, I would think. So they're like me, they just traded everything off super early. Win until your spirit is broken, that's what I do. Or I mean lose until my spirit is broken. People believe only faith is a gift. You cannot believe unless faith is granted, not demanded. Philippine says, for it has been granted to you on behalf of Christ, not only believe in him, suffer for him. Read full chapter. You know what's funny is I actually did read the entire Bible when I was younger, just out of curiosity and stuff. Like, you know, what's the expression? Like, look through the telescope. Like, basically, if you're going to, you know, I'm not going to not believe something until like giving it a fair shot and actually considering it. But what's ironic is maybe some people who actually believe it haven't read it, and I have, but I've completely forgotten, obviously, a lot about it, so I don't even know. So this would be kind of cute because you get to potentially try to take this. And so now you'll try to move around in this way, but then you can guarantee... Well, I don't want to let that other rook in though either. And you're double attacking that, so if I go here, you'll... I don't know, this might not be the best decision making I've ever had, but you'll come down to like there, or you'll come like that. Now we got to decide which one is more valuable to me, or maybe I'll just let him do it and not give a shit because I'm lazy. So now you're threatening this one, so let's just, you know, can they attack two things at once is the question, and they actually will be able to. So why don't I just... They could take that one now with ease, so I don't know why I'm playing like this actually. I'll try to take the initiative and actually do, try to attack this with the king. Maybe I'm playing really stupidly actually with this whole sequence. Maybe the fact that my king is here is going to give me some benefit, but I don't know. Man, I played that sequence so fucking stupidly. They can attack the other thing here, but I could still cover it, or I almost have to do that. So they have two passed pawns just totally unnecessarily positioned on my part. I don't know why I keep doing this, man. Okay, so now at least this one won't necessarily be able to move. Although now I won't be able to cover mine either. If they take that, then I'll take the other thing there. And so you get to, you know, you take, I take and check, and then I pretend. Oh! I mean, see, it was a comfortable, easy. Yeah, I'm just not even trying remotely anymore. I don't know what happens. I just get bored of it, I guess. Bell gets rung good enough, you'll be done. Full chapter, you cannot believe unless it's granted. Be right back. Wait, do I even have any more arts? Maybe now I should actually stop for real. How does that happen? Like, how do you lose like 50 rating like that in such a short period of time? Like, I was obviously doing something right. I don't get it. It always seems to happen too when I you know, I'm on a good threshold, or I'm about to, you know, when I just hit a good level 2. So like I didn't even get to 17, but at least I was like close to it. That's why I don't even like this, but it is kind of my fault. Just that everything is like preventable, everything's easy to see, like I'm just not really trying. I don't know, and that's why people are lazy and cop out, and in a different sense, and they study because you could say, oh, it's hard working to study, but then it's also, let me see, what else could I even do? I wanted to do some other category. Maybe I won't even. All right, so let's do it for one more. If I lose one, then I'll stop. Not that I have that much more time than what one would take anyway. But this is another one using the forehead emote again. So I guess I was associating that like that's my main trademark, which it does suit my style in a lot of ways. This is like how to pause Dark Souls or any game. And this actually was one of my most viewed clips for a long time, especially at the beginning. And even now, it does have a lot, like almost 4,000 views, which again, this was early on. And I don't think it got that many right away, but it even still got like close to 1,000, and I was shocked, like, wow, what the hell, this out of the blue. But I guess it's something that people didn't know about, and I only made it actually because people would always ask me when I was playing Dark Souls 1 or even Dark Souls 2. I guess Dark Souls 1 I was using something else back then maybe, or even one that I made myself, but it's like you could pause it by like just doing some registry almost like glitch where it's not meant to happen, and it can actually kind of fuck with your computer, but it forces like your whole computer to stop, so therefore of course the game is going to pause too. So this was like back in the day. Get the W. Back in the day, people would always ask me that, and then when I came back, people were still asking me that, like with Dark Souls 2. How do you pause? How do you pause? So I just made a video about it, so that's at least one good reason to do it. But then, obviously, I'm sure there's better ways to do it now, even. But yeah, that was one that got actually a good number of views at the beginning. Surprisingly, I mean, it's always some random with how the algorithm. Oh wait, actually, this stays the same. I just have to change this because so much of it comes down to an algorithm or whatever, that has such a big part. Um, what was I? A newspaper. So let's do ocean, which somehow isn't working. We got another city set with Oslo, one of the best movies of all time. Oslo, August 31st. Okay, let's go here. And we get to use whatever this, I don't know how it goes from green to this because it's the same kind of color scheme, but it sort of manipulates the colors somehow. We go here, you go ahead and stop the pin and just try to play a little more disciplined in a different. That's why I almost sympathize too with low rated players. Not that I'm not a low rated player myself, but even lower rated players. It's like the reason why they're not good isn't actually because they're not simply good. It's because it's an approach thing. Like they're trying to make the game more fun and exciting than what it actually is. And it's just not. You're just playing it the wrong way in that sense. Right? You're trying to give the game too much credit that it's actually interesting and exciting and whatever. And I know people say, well, at the higher level that makes sense because every game's going to be a draw because everybody's so good. But even at the low level, it has a certain truth because of the simple fact that this is a good position to put it in, but it's not normally something that you even want to do. But no, it's like you would basically, say, at the high level that makes sense, but at the low level you shouldn't be thinking like that. But it's actually still how the game works too. So if I take here, that's not really good. If I let him take, though, it's also not good. So there's maybe not a whole lot that you can do about that. So now you have a decent light square diagonal. You don't have a very good dark square diagonal. I could put this one away and try to make something happen with that. I could take there, but actually I can't. But it actually doesn't matter that much. Oh, it does matter a lot, though. Why couldn't I just... Well, but you'll still lose the thing. You'll still lose the... Okay, that was actually a clever thing. Though I'll give it to them there. Because yeah, if I move that, you'll get taken. So that's a good use of the dark sword diagonal, which I don't seem like I can really block off, or maybe I can. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. But even in doing that, you're still gonna lose the... You're still gonna lose the rook, so it doesn't even matter. Right, like this has no relevance to that. So you're just trying to basically distract them, and then you could like check and take it too, but it wouldn't even matter. Right? Like for some random reason I'll take with the knight. Yeah, that is actually a real legitimate thing to consider, like, oh my god, dude. Okay, maybe we can just do it here. So you get to, oh, but you'll also do something there then. What if I do it like this? So now you'll be adequately covered, but then you're already taking there too. Um, we can block it with this. So now you can take this. So you would take, I would take, and then you would take, and then I would take, and then you would still take. So you can do something that you want there, which doesn't bother me actually all that much. You're only +3. You can't actually do anything with that yet. Now the whole thing is, can you win this amount of material back? How is it that I'm like losing in the opening in these games? Like it doesn't seem okay. This would still be a problem. Like he's obviously putting that pressure. I don't really have to do anything with that yet. Right, you could just leave it there. Let's see if the Leicester Bishop comes into play at all, and then you could obviously, you know, do something else there too. Even if I take. You could do this, which is kind of cute because you're both attacking that and you're attacking this, so maybe then you'd be able to take finally. And I don't see really the downside of it. So now I would take, you would take, I would take, and then you wouldn't even be able to take, or even if you could, I would still take again. So you should at least be able to win this pawn now. Ready, opening, OP. And of course, I wouldn't even know off the top of my head what any opening is by name. E4 iffy, D4 solid. Is that you on the background? No, that's the forehead guy whose name I actually forgot. Forehead emote guy. What is his name? Forehead is a Twitch emote of Cadbury smiling. Is used in a reaction to a joke, but it also is used like when you say like just do something. Like how do you, you know, when people make excuses, because I had this reputation as like an elitist, whether it be in debate context or whether it be in other contexts, like how do people deal with, yeah, if you're hungry, just get food. If you're homeless, just buy a house. Like, and it might seem harsh or it might seem like, oh, that's like an entitled perspective, but it's like that's the reality. You just have to do it. Like if you're bad at chess, just get better, just study. But even I don't even respect that. Instead of just study, it's like just, just be good enough where you don't even have to study. You should be able to do this. If you check, you cannot take that. I can easily move out of the way. Do that. I don't really care. I'll just take. If you take, I still take. Or whatever. We still got a pawn out of it, okay? This guy's being annoying as hell. But, it's just that sort of perspective that you would say, if something is an issue, it's your fault and just deal with it. Oh, boo-hoo, how do I take care of my kids? Well, just don't have kids. If you can't handle them, then that's your fault or whatever. It doesn't have to be quite that harsh, but um I wanted to go here, but now the dark square attack is not even relevant, so maybe I shouldn't. Right, we'd be trading queens, which is maybe not the greatest idea. If you move this, wait a second. Oh no, I was gonna say like I guess I could have unleashed that too in any way, because like, oh no, the queen's not covered, so now you have to address that, but obviously they're going to. Knight f3, eliminating e5 altogether. And of course, I couldn't even. I'd have to like look and think through because I don't know these notation offhand. I mean, I guess I kind of do. I just never really care about it. I have all these nice little tricks for remembering it too, but it just doesn't. In the course of a game, I'm not even thinking about that. Like, it just doesn't matter to me. Right? Like, I'm not thinking, oh, I'm going this coordinate. I'm just thinking about the move itself. Okay, so you go here, then if you go here, then take. I could just easily take it back. So we're only -2. Like, it's not the end of the world. It's just something is strange about this. You're attacking there, which is a good diagonal. It's this one that we're kind of curious about. If I do this, then you open that up to be able to attack. You kind of have to deal with this for now. I like what my rook is doing. I just need a little bit of support. So how about this? Right, because it wasn't doing anything, I guess, there anyway. Now, how exactly do you deal with this? And probably pretty easily, but let's see. Maybe we'll get a fork or something crazy out of it. You can't even move the king. What you can do is you can... Damn it, if only you had that dark square thing to do. Gotta be something that opens up as a result of this. Like, you go here, and it doesn't really do anything. I could just move this, and now at least you have to address that potential threat. You could go here, and then you wouldn't even take... Right, you wouldn't even take it because I can do that. Oh, shit. I thought it would be a fork. I didn't know it was going to be a mate. That's a good way to bait. Just people are always eager to harass the horse. I just don't like how f2 gets weak after e4. f2 got weak after e4. Is that something that even happened, or is that just him saying in general? So that's a blunder. What was I supposed to do? Oh, just take the free piece, which I'm too blind to do. But at least that shows you that player is mortal, where he can just be thrown off by whatever. You can eventually earn it back. So if I got completely tilted and just resigned, or just kind of mentally resigned and gave up, then we wouldn't have seen that epic comeback win. That again, technically is an invalid win, because if you're in that position, that's the forehead meme for chess. Like, just draw every game, because if you play it correctly, that's what it is. So, the fact that I gave him a +3 means that the game is over. I shouldn't even bother playing, but obviously these people sometimes will fuck up too. You go ahead, you stop the pin. You're gonna try to take the bishop, so almost what you're supposed to respond is that. But let's say I didn't do that. Or let's say I did this, and then I could fork. But you can't, because you don't actually have a cover there, so that's some other hypothetical line that you could do. See, the reason why it doesn't work is because... Well, maybe it does. Like, I go here... No, but then mine's not even covered at all. And you could try to save it too, but I almost don't even care. Like, I don't mind if you take it. I just have to decide, like, where I want this pawn structure to really go at that point. I guess this way, and you do, like, something... I don't know. That's me still taking towards the center. Some of these things I've done, like, a million times, too, but I just don't really... Wait, why can't I just do that? What's... Makes it seem like it's something they want, but... Just seems like an actual mistake. I'm always stunned. You see that too. Like, I'm shocked when people make mistakes, but that's sort of an entitled perspective too. That, like, I'm expecting people to always make mistakes, but at still this relatively low level, you would expect that people should be making mistakes, but Or you get that back, fine. Whatever. So now he takes, I take, he takes, I still take. We got, caught between two knights over there. You take, I'll take with this one. If you take, I can easily take back. Kind of want to go like this and then this, but you kind of don't because of the dark square bishop here. It's not going to get to go anywhere. Maybe I just want to put it kind of going towards the other side. So everything is fine with this position, but there's no reason to leave that kind of just sitting there either. So I'll do that as if to give some sort of purpose to the dark square bishop, because otherwise this whole structure is kind of fucked up. And I don't know really what to do with that. Oh, thanks. Oh yeah, he was just saying it in general. Let's see. This would be the way you push this out. I can't do anything with that. Now I'm going to be fiending for a trade pretty hard. I really don't know what to do with these pawns. Like, it's just very unusual. Right, so they would take, I would take, it would undouble. If not, I would just take anyway. They could go there, I would take, they would take back. So sure, I'll just take. It shouldn't really matter. There's no fork or anything. We're still doubled, and it's not really a very nice position, but it should be fine. So they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take, and I would even be able to take again, but doesn't mean that I necessarily should even do it. I would love to pose like multiple trade opportunities, but I can't because, well, actually I can. So something should be traded off because you're trading that, you're trading, but then you'll be blocking your own stupid thing. If I go here, now you're attacking with the bishop and but it's not a very good cover because you're attacking, but then you'll take. You'll have to take. This is often my biggest problem, that what gets me in trouble is my desire to trade so over the top. Like, it's one thing, okay, I want to trade and it usually benefits me, but sometimes I just take it too far. Let me actually not do that and see what happens. Right, we have adequate cover there, so you would have to do something even else above and beyond. This guy's not even 16, so some of these matchups won't even give me too much rating. I mean, I could just stay at this point like forever, just going back and forth, but I was actually kind of on a good stretch for a while. That made me even feel like, okay, now I can get even higher, but I always do that. Like, I'll show, like, oh, maybe I should stop, and it feels like I have to study now, but then I'll go on a good streak, so then it's like, no, now I don't have to, but, when I finally feel like I can't get any farther, then I don't mind doing it, but it feels like that's still a long ways away. So this you could do, but that doesn't even change anything really. They'll do some sort of sequence that forces us out and then move that maybe. So the way that you could deal with that is if you just... Why can't I just move that? Fuck it, I'm doing it. It might mess up the aesthetic nature of some of these pawns, but other than that, I don't really have to ever move the knight there. So now, if you trade this, it would create a really ugly pawn, so I really hope you don't do that. But actually... No, actually, it's fine, but... like, my pawns are going to be all fucked up, and that's actually what the game is going to come down to then. Would the order even matter? Like if I took the queen first, then they take, right? They would have to take this back. So, or maybe they could have gotten away with doing like another thing there, like a check. Now you can take this. It can take this. Now these kind of positions were actually being my specialty for a while, like where I would get to an end game, and I was sort of outplaying people in those kind of moments, or at least you're either gonna get a draw or you're gonna win. There's gonna be no in between. Right, so that would be fine, but as you can see, my pawns are definitely much worse. So it's almost better if I just let them take it if it's going to be a de facto trade, right? Like that moment right there actually benefits me because it's fine. Like I accept that mine aren't going to be very good. Now you can go here, Octopus Knight, but also it's an Octopus Knight, but it's also a position where you're able to cover each other. So even if you don't have this pawn, right, it's still fine, but I should make a point to try to cover that pawn because it's so important in that way. Now this one I maybe won't be able to cover. You could create a random double stack here. This one is going to be pretty hard to cover, I think, or maybe not. Like the knight would be covering it. Knight would be covering it, and if you move that, of course, I'll take the other one. So maybe I don't care that much. Right, like I accept the fact that, okay, you bring this, and then you do whatever you want, but then I end up taking it. Okay, let's see where the knight can potentially go from there. And the answer is, it doesn't seem like really anywhere. I don't know what that actually even did. You bring it to here, you give it check, same kind of position that we already had. That I actually like. And the reason why is because now I could undouble or whatever, I could connect it to here, but whether I should be more worried about that one, I'm not sure. You can't really do anything still with the knight. I don't know if that really helps. Like you are taking towards the center if that's really so important, but you go from two connected pawns here to just there, so it's not that big of a deal. So now you can try to take that one there. You of course can't do anything with that. So let me think. You just double stack there. You can't do anything about the knight, right? All this is beautifully adequately covered. You don't want to keep going with this one. I don't know exactly how we're going to protect this one. So the pawns are actually just fine as they are. Right, there's no problem with it whatsoever. You can try to move this. I can still take there. Everything's fine with that. These look like little forks or something. Or speaking of a fork, but I mean the rook itself looks like that. Now I could take there, but I could also just do this. Right, so what could possibly be the problem there? You would check there, I guess, is the problem. Right, so that might allow you to escape it. I would go there, you would go there, then you would take there. But you can't, but you could. Yeah, so it ends up not actually working. So why don't I just do this one instead? So you could take and check, but then I don't know if I even care that much about it. Like, okay, you checked, but so what? Right, you're still not able to actually do anything with that. You have to attack this, which I maybe should be able to cover, or you'll do it from there. But then I can still cover like this, but then you can do like this. Let's see. It seemed like we had a fork, but I actually didn't. Uh, I don't know. It just seems like that pawn is going to be the priority target, so they can't really even go after it. See, it seems like they keep missing stuff, even when I do okay. Right? Like, there's obvious things that I'm even seeing that it felt like they could have kind of won that there. So what would have enabled me to fork there, just if the king wasn't in checking range, right, by me moving the knight. If the king couldn't be checked, then it would have been fine if it was just somewhere else altogether. You potentially take there, which I can't do anything about. So like, even that's a pretty obvious thing that they, should have easily been able to see. So it's definitely this pawn that we have to cover very well. And if I can do that, then everything's fine. The problem is that you end up like in this mindset, or at least what I do is like I end up doing, let me do like the least amount possible that I have to do. Right. And then I somehow feel like that's a good measurement. So I'll do the least amount, and then you can easily attack from there and there. Um, no way to actually cover that, so there's nothing I can do. We could try to trade this one instead, just to try to get rid of one of them. And if you don't do it, then of course I take there. Or no, I mean, this doesn't look like a fork. It looks more like a spoon or like a spork almost a little bit. That's good. You were going to take that pawn anyway, but at least now we pose the question of we could potentially take there. Right, so that's at least good restitution. And you also cover this one in the process. So everything is perfectly fine, right? I'm just a little bit lower on time. And so you get to basically well, let's see. That's always a good thing, like if you block the rook's movement with the knight just by putting it in front, but it's not really that big of a deal either. You go here, you have to try to attack this again. You can cover it like this. At least I feel a little more comfortable with the other rooks off the board. So now it's just a one rook, one knight. End game should be a little simpler to deal with. Now the point is I should be able to squeeze this out like the Anaconda test personality type that we were looking at in the test. Not that that's the one that I actually even was, but you know, either that or I should win on time, but I'm probably going to settle for a draw because I'm the one who's down on time. So this would be the main target that you would go for, and the reason why is because you have to cover this one somehow. Now, it might be mathematically impossible for you to actually cover that, but it's actually not. Because if you go like there with the knight, right, there's always some way out of it. So that's kind of cute. We give a little check. It's not the end of the world, though, and it wouldn't be the difference in the game still. It's just, somehow now my knight's going to be in an undesirable spot and whatever. Give a random check. You take, I take, and it's the difference of the one pawn, but they are both passed pawns. And his is also, wait, what? What? I was expecting that you would at least take back. Okay, now I should easily win, but I'm very confused. Oh, well, I guess I'm being fair. Let's actually practice how this endgame would have looked if I see. I have too much of a sense of honor, but I totally didn't do that on purpose. It's just whatever. We ring it like an octopus knight, and then we can always consider the movement of that thing. But let's see if we can actually try to promote. Even if you were to try to trade that, it wouldn't bother me too much. But maybe this one could be a little bit annoying. You should actually be able to win this, but for some reason they didn't even take the rook there. And what that reason is, I have no idea. If they take, I take. And so I would actually kind of welcome that. You might think I can't get back to it, but I should easily... Wait, what? Oh, well now I just try to sack for it, I guess. Uh, you would think you should be able to, at any point, sack for it somehow, but... Let me think here. Or just keep giving checks and you'll get like either threefold repetition or something. Because there's nothing to play for now. Unless I thought I was going to win on time. Right, it just wouldn't matter because the king's going to try to come in. You would think you should be able to still do this, but I'm going to somehow fuck it up. Somehow, some way. But if you keep giving checks, you should still be fine. Right, like now you can hit it there. Right, so it's just a sack and it's a draw. So I didn't really deserve the win there, but they actually gave it to me because they didn't, sometimes you're so shocked by the mistake that they made that you don't even take advantage of it. But they were forked, but it was a fork for a trade. So realistically, that's how it should have ended, I guess, anyway. But no, I could have just saved my rook and then, obviously won. Which even with that little time, I was just feeling nice for them. I just wanted them to get to 1600 on the nose. So maybe it's their first time ever getting there too. But no, it's somewhere like this where, or no, I'm even winning there, which is a little bit tricky. So they somehow got out of that. Like even losing the rook isn't that big of a deal apparently. But no, like you could just do anything and just get out of the path of the stupid ass knight. But that at least counts as we get to continue using the same art and whatever. Tough. He threw, sold. Hey, Ballsack, how's it going? Hey, baby. Yeah, that is a bit of a unique greeting. Doesn't it feel like I'm sometimes trolling with the way that I play? Because it really is just very unusual. Where it feels like every game is within my, you know, within my control, whether I could draw or win. Like, there never really feels like I'm... I guess you could do this and then you could still move the knight so then you wouldn't be pinned, but either way, it's fine. Like, it's all good, just basic trades. And so, you just gotta watch some of the pawns here. So what I'm a little confused about here is the darks for bishop, whether I want to... The pin doesn't even bother me, but... The point is, you're playing basically the same people here as you... Well, I guess I was playing a lot more 1700s. Which you can still do now. Like, it'll give you matchups much higher, but... You can go here, then you can always move the stupid-ass knight when the time comes. I would take, you would take, I would still take... I love the balls on some of these people that they would just sack pieces to the left and right, like it's no big deal. Like it's something they've done a million times. They watch some video on it and they think they're going to be a sack master. It's just one of the most annoying things, especially early on in the game, because you don't know whether they really know what they're doing or they're just being overly ballsy and just trying something weird. So sometimes you give them undue credit, like they psych you out. Okay, they're playing a little bit slow, which I'm happy about that. My ideal pawn structure would be like this, like b6, a5, just because whatever, it's aesthetically consistent, although it doesn't really make much way for the bishop. Hard for me to say what they're even trying to do, but all I want to do is trade pieces most of the time. No matter what the position, I could be winning, I could be losing. Okay, that's a little tricky for sure. So you'd have to just not move the knight. And now I'm going to do some drastic things to try to push this around a little bit. At least you'd have to give up the dark square diagonal that you have there. And so you want to trade for that bishop at all costs. But it's sometimes not that simple to do it. Or at least put my bishop in that diagonal, so therefore you can just try to negate it. Even if you go like this, you could still, you know, take. Then if they take, then I take, but at least I control that diagonal, even with the cover of the knight as well. Put a little pressure on there, which is cute. You could actually just match that, I guess. Or I don't even have to yet. You can move there, you can move there, everything's fine. Now I can no longer take that actually because it's just a case where you're not able to do it because why? Because if you take it, obviously the queen no longer has a cover. Okay, that's fine. I kind of expected that, but you can still kind of just move it back to basically, or you could actually just take it now though. That's the whole thing. Or you'll do some weird thing though, like this. I go there, then you go there, then if I took, like, you would take, 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 but the only valid take then, I guess, is if I take with the knight itself, then it would be fine. Because if you take with the knight itself, then you basically get to, um, or you could even do this and like, oh, you're covering it again, but there's no need to really do that. Now, if you do it, you would take, I would take, you would take, I would still take. You can try to do something cheeky on here, I guess. You're trying to create that thread again. And you are double attacking this. So you would have to consider that. Fine. You could just put like this there, but then I guess you could take that without me being able to do anything about it. This makes me a little uncomfortable because you can just Why not just do like this then? You know, you just close off the diagonal overall, and then you just won't be able to use it for a super long time. So that's like 2 Saturdays in a row that I kind of ruined my normal thing of what I am supposed to do. And at least I say it like that, like, okay, I'll play until I lose. So the only way it'll go on this long is if I go on a crazy win streak. Otherwise, if I lose one or the first game or whatever, I'll just stop. But then I don't even stay true to that. I can move the knight around as I see fit. The dark square diagonal is kind of overrated for them. They were putting so much effort into it, but they'd have to at least do a lot of work to get it to work. So yeah, this position is completely even. It should be a draw, if anything. You're going to try to do a little cute move like that there, which doesn't even really work because you can just move the king itself. If you move the king, you could just take with the king, or you could at least take with the you could take with the pawn, but there wouldn't be any repercussions for it because, you know, what's the queen going to do by itself? You might think, oh, because I'm up a pawn, I should play for the win or whatever, but you realize very quickly, especially at even a moderate level, that like one pawn isn't going to be enough to win the game, and so you'll have to do something else above and beyond still. What does that still allow you to do? And the answer is not really anything at all. I would take there easily. The knight could be an octopus knight there, so that could maybe win me the game, but it takes so long sometimes to get the octopus knight that, but at least that's a good protection. It's like, how come that's an octopus knight even though they have the dark star bishop, they could easily trade for it? And the reason why is because that gives me a pass pawn, so they can't ever take it, or at least the act of taking it would be bad. So you go here and you cover the thing like that. You could take, but so what? So yeah, this is at least one good positional advantage. So like I would expect to win the game off the strength of the Octopus Knight if it's really as good as people always say as a general concept, but somehow it won't be that big of a deal at all. Or you have to wait for the absolute opportune moment, or you have to wait for, you know, just wait for them to trade and get a passed pawn. Like there's got to be something more that it can do here. Or I would just be too comfortable with trying to trade it. But my whole issue with this is just like I don't even know what to do with this position anymore. You could cover it even more with this. And you could obviously take with this one, so you don't even have to take with that as if like, oh no, I blunder my queen if I take. But I could just take with that. Or rather, they could have pushed that further even, like take, and then if I take, then you still take. So thankfully I did do that, even though I wasn't entirely thinking about it on that capacity. Right, so maybe I don't need to do this. We gotta figure out what exactly are they trying to do. But my time is comfortable, my position is comfortable. I could still take with that one, but why not just do this? Now if you take, I take, if you take, I take. He actually gave me a pass pawn in doing this. And so it's perfectly fine. Now, even if I was to blunder another pawn, we still have the pass pawn, so I just have to not mess up that one. But it can be very complicated sometimes to do this because, you know, to promote a pass pawn is not as simple as you might think. Now you're attacking this one, so that's also perfectly fine. Right, like all you would have to do is you could just try to trade the, you know, give a check and try to trade, but he's not letting me do it for the time being. And it's going to take forever to actually do this, but I may as well at least try to do it. Right, because everything is so set and locked in place, there's nothing you can really do. You can try to move the rook around like crazy, but this should be relatively sufficient, but it's actually not going to be. Because you get to... We could try to do it even more elaborately like this. We'll do this, then we'll do this, then we'll... I don't know. Like, I'm too sedentary with my pawn sometimes where I consider it like, I don't know, I get too comfortable with them, basically. Attacking that, I really just wish I could give, like, a light square attack. Right, like, I wish I could have just given something there. I may be compelled to do this just for in my lust to try to do that, but sometimes my trading moves are always my worst moves. Where I try to, force a trade or bait a trade in some way that's not really optimal. You can still get out of there, but it's just kind of delaying the inevitable. I should definitely win now. I wonder how much you'd really be up by. You're up by only one pawn, but it happens to be a pass pawn, so therefore, it's at least a little better. You could potentially take that. Even if I do that little cheeky raise attempt, I could basically, give them a pass pawn too. They'll take, I'll take, but then they'll still take. So it's a problem where I'm not able to cover everything all together here. Or if I try to, I could get in trouble somehow. Right, like this might not be the best move. You have to make sure you don't hang the rook. Like, what you always want to do in these kind of positions is keep your pieces connected, especially if it's two rooks. Right, two rooks against a queen. Never unconnect the rooks because then you could get checked and then they'll take one or something bad could happen. I mean, I kind of want to just do this one, I'll be honest with you. But I can't because you'll still do that stupid ass thing. Go here, they'll take, I'll still take. So what's the problem? They'll take again. They'll take, I'll take. You have to do these sort of dynamic positions where you can cover, multiple things at the same time, but I can't seem to figure it out. I don't know what I'm trying to do anymore. They take, I take back, but then we kind of split our pawns in a way that is not even useful anymore. Right, and that one's not going to be good, so now I'm going to somehow turn this into a losing position. Or I didn't even realize that was going to happen. Whatever, man. I'm still fine as long as I, like, don't blunder my actual rook or queen here. I'm still okay. But you see how hard that is. Like, how long do I have to drag that out before I finally get to promote? That's just like, oh, just study endgames. Like, what exactly? But that's such a specific endgame too. Like, I don't know. It's going to be some super elaborate sequence that's just way too much headache. So that's why you'd rather just take the draw and it's fucking fine. Man, like, and the thing, what triggers me the most is just like, you would think trading the king and the queen, like letting that check happen would be fine, but they just won't let it ever happen. Why are people so disciplined that like they never allow that trade? Right, like just let me check and force that to happen, but they just won't. Bring that into there. This is no longer under threat, so why don't we do like this? So like we're gonna try to make this trade happen, but they'll deny it, and then they'll deny the other trade too. Like that's at least my one tendency. That's not even necessarily always a weakness, but it's just like I'll just take trades when they're there. Like I'm fine with a draw. Like whatever chance I had of winning, I obviously fucked it up. This would cover at least both of those. Right, so I can't imagine that's a bad thing. They can force a threefold repetition, but they wouldn't take the trade, but they'll try to do that instead. Like, why even? Like, what? This is what low-rated players do, right? Like, they have this delusion. Like, I often lose because of that too. They have this delusion that they're gonna win, but there is no win. Like, it's gonna be a draw no matter what. So why not just take the fucking trade? You might think, oh, let's try to, try to find something, but there's nothing to find. Like, what the fuck, man? Even if you expect it's going to be like I somehow make a mistake, but it just doesn't matter. Even if I do, like you shouldn't be expecting that. Like it's going to happen whether you want it to happen or not, dude. Like I don't want it to happen either. And at least I had the option with the passed pawn, but I'm going to want to try to do something else, but I don't really care. Like it's fine. You'd be surprised how instructive that is too. Like most of the games that you're losing, you probably, well, or at least for me, a lot of the time, right? Most of the games you lose, it's like I could have just drawn it, but I didn't want to. Honestly, like I just turn it down because I find it kind of annoying, or I try to not even when I'm really in a much of a winning position. This at least I understand because I have the passed pawn. But you'll see how utterly ridiculous these moves are. Like you have to go back and forth. Oh, yes, of course. The best move is you have to give up a pawn. Like, you know what I mean? Like, why would I do that? It might still be the best, but why the fuck would I want to do that? Or more to the point, like, how would I know exactly how to take advantage of that position either? See, when you do that, you have to watch the time. Yeah, that's another reason to be incentivized to do a draw. Okay, see you later.